a.m. Clerk, would you please conduct the roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria. Absent. Councilmember Carbasi. Are you on Zoom, sir?
He's not.
He's not yet. All right. Councilmember Arias. Absent at the moment. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bradford.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
All right, we're good to go with quorum.
Okay, we have a couple of our colleagues join us. So next we do have our invocation, and the invocation will be provided by the Reverend Deacon Nancy Key from St. James Episcopal Cathedral. Welcome.
Thank you.
If we can all stand, and then we'll stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please pray with me. Holy, gracious, and universal God, you who are known by so many names, we ask your blessings on this meeting as we seek to listen, discuss, and discern the matters before us. We pray especially for Mayor Jerry and members of the City Council, who we have entrusted to make decisions that benefit the wideness of our city residents. We give you thanks for the wisdom and creativity you have imbued in us, asking that our leaders may listen and hear the voices of those who speak and make decisions that reflect your holy dream of peace, justice, and love. We know those who call our city home reflect the splendor of your diverse creation and represent many differing and often conflicting perspectives. Give our leaders the wisdom and grace to lead with justice and righteousness. As our elected officials fulfill their duties, and as we citizens make testament, may we offer our praise and thanksgiving to you, our God and our Creator. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Okay, let's move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, if you could let the public know what the changes have been to the agenda thus far.
Certainly. First off, I'd like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. The invocation was provided by the Reverend Deacon Nancy Key from St. James Episcopal Cathedral. Councilmember Carbasi will be participating via Zoom this morning. And then we have item 1C, file ID 22415, actions pertaining to entering into contracts for demolition of dangerous structures. The following will be read into the record right now. For the JSA agreement, we will be adding the effective date of the agreement shall be January 1st, 2022, and section 3 shall be amended to say, shall continue in full force and effect through a period of up to 6 months from March 10th, 2022, and may be terminated by either party upon 30 days written notice, subject to an earlier termination in accordance with this agreement. For the DKI Centec agreements, Section 5 is modified to state, the term of this contract shall be effective January 1st, 2022, and shall continue in full force and effect through a period of up to 6 months from March 10th, 2022. The contract may be terminated by either party upon 30 days written notice. And the next change we have is to item 1Y, that is file ID 22241. Delfino Nira has been removed from the appointments for the FRWDB. And then we have item 1AA. This is not on your list, but item 1AA, that is file ID 22420, regarding non-disclosure agreements. That has been tabled by Councilmember Arias with no return date. Then we have file item 1BB on the consent calendar, ID 22423, the resolution directing staff to prepare an agreement between the City of Fresno and San Joaquin Air Pollution Control District. That resolution is subject to mayoral veto. That should be noted. Then we have item 1Q, that is file ID 22386, actions pertaining to the 2021 off-highway vehicle grant program. That has been pulled to the contested consent calendar for further discussion by Vice President Maxwell. And then we also have a separately noticed 1:30 p.m. special closed session item, ID 22455, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation on Dennis Cooper versus Nathan Hanna and City of Fresno. Those are all the changes I have at the moment.
All right, I'm going to go in order. My colleagues, any additional changes to the agenda you'd like to see, items removed or items to pull for discussion off of the consent agenda? Councilmember Soria.
Council President, the only thing I'd like to do is to request that the council meeting be adjourned today in the honor of Jeffrey Robinson, who was a fierce advocate for the LGBTQIA+ community. Thank you.
Council President, echo the sentiments of Councilmember Soria, and also add Major Nia Longvang also to that.
Thank you both. Councilmember Carbasi? No. Councilmember Arias? Maxwell? Nothing on this side? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull item 1CC for discussion. Item 1CC for discussion, still on the agenda, but removing it from consent agenda. That's my item. Okay.
Council President, so you want us to pull the ones we're going to pull for consent, or you want to do that?
I mean, you could do that later, or you could do it now, but
Do it later.
Okay. Sounds good. So I have a motion for approval of the agenda. Second. A motion and a second. Any opposition?
I do believe if we have Councilmember Carbasi online. Oh, he's not online.
No, he's not
Okay.
on the line. Yeah, any opposition? Seeing none, agenda passes 6-0. Move on to the ceremonial presentations. We have 2 presentations this morning being presented by Councilmember Soria. First up, I believe we have Proclamation for International Sikh Women's Day. And following that, we have a proclamation honoring the Justin Garza Traditional Competition Cheer Team, Universal Cheerleaders Association National High School Cheerleading Championship.
Good morning, everyone. I am so delighted this morning to be presenting this proclamation. As you guys know, March, the month of March, is actually Women's History Month. But today, we actually get to celebrate Sikh Women's History Day. And so also, it takes place in the month of March, on March 7th. So I do want to call up the women leaders that are here today, if you guys all want to join me. So I am very delighted, as I said, to be here just celebrating not just women, but I think it's important that we also celebrate our Sikh women that live here in the city of Fresno, in this region, that have made significant contributions to our community. As I mentioned, March 7th is recognized as Sikh Women Day out in our entire nation. And so we want to take time to recognize 2 organizations in our community, which is the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California. And many of you guys also know the Jsa movement, an organization that also has been very instrumental in the city of Fresno and throughout this valley, doing remarkable work, especially during this COVID and pandemic time. So today we have representatives from both organizations. I have a few folks named. I don't know if I have everyone, so I'm going to let you introduce everyone. But I did want to say that what these groups have done here in terms of the work for the city of Fresno and the residents has been remarkable work. In particular, during the pandemic, we had the Jsa movement step up with the city and other groups in our community, making sure that our families throughout the city had information about testing, vaccination, that they had resources for rental assistance, that they made sure that they were provided the support services throughout these difficult times for many, many of our families, and not just Sikh families, all families that were struggling during this pandemic. I know that also the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California has been instrumental in leadership development for the young women of their community, ensuring that they have annual luncheons and just leadership development programs to ensure that they're developing the future leaders of their own community. So I want to thank you all ladies for being here this morning. We celebrate all of you. We celebrate the work that you guys have done, the work that you will continue to do, not just in the month of March, but throughout the year, to make sure that communities here in the city of Fresno have an opportunity to thrive. With that, I'd like to pass it on to you, and you can introduce everyone who's here.
No problem. Thank you, Councilmember Soria, and all city council members today. Thanks for having us and for recognizing Sikh Women's Day. We have a panel of board members here. I'm a board member, Amandeep Mitharu. This is Kamaljit Bangu. This is Tejinder Puriwal and Navjeet Bunyani. We're all board members of the Sikh Women's Organization. And I'm just going to let Navdeep Kaur introduce her team. She's from Jakara Movement.
Thank you. My name is Navdeep Kaur, and I lead the Jakara Labor Rights team, where we educate the workers about their rights during the pandemic and even right now. And this is Nanki, and she's part of the COVID team in helping people, educating about COVID and the vaccine. And this is Dominica, and she's been instrumental in educating the Latinx community about the labor rights. And that's Hamita, and she's on the housing team of Jakara Movement and giving rental assistance to residents of Fresno.
And I just wanted to give a little bit of background. We have an International Women's Day luncheon that we've been doing for over 15 years. We have about almost 200 women come. We have illustrious speakers. This year we have Dr. Nikki Guninder Kaur Singh, who's a professor at Colby College. She's the chair of the Department of Religious Studies there, and she's going to be leading our talk and our night, our luncheon. It's called A Celebration of Faith and Sisterhood. And all of us have really been working this last couple of years to do not only COVID education, but providing vaccines at our local gurdwaras. And we've been teaming up with UCSF COVID Equity Project, UCSF Fresno, to do that. And also food distributions, monthly food distributions at the Sikh Institute of Fresno that council member staff helps us publicize on social media. And we, obviously it's open to the entire public. We bring in the entire community to, especially in the pandemic, help folks who are dealing with food insecurity issues. And we're just really excited to be here and celebrate International Women's Day and Women's History Month. And the final thing I just wanted to say is our goal in this is also to let people know who Sikhs are in the community. 3 of our core principles are Nam Japana, meditate on God's name, Kirt Karna, to do honest and hard work, and Varn Chakna, with it share with others, and Seva, or community service, is a huge part of the Sikh philosophy. And so that's what we're all, I think, trying to do on a daily basis. And the Sikh philosophy is also really about equality and justice and the oneness of all humanity. So not just one religion or another, that we're all brothers and sisters. And our goal also as women is to show that we can lead, and in our community and the larger community, patriarchy can be an issue. We're in Women's History Month. So I think the programs that we do and the fact that we're taking leadership roles, and our boards are, our board is all women, and then obviously your board is mixed. But I think that's a really important message for women of all ages, but especially for young women, but for women of all ages, that we can create projects and lead projects on our own. And so we're here to celebrate Women's History Month and International Women's Day. And thank you very much, Councilmember Soria. And of course, you as a woman, we are so proud of you.
So again, I just want to say thank you for the work that you guys have been doing during the pandemic and even before the pandemic. I know that you guys have had several events working in partnership with Jakara, then the Guardara, especially providing some really key services to folks that live west of the 99, because there's not a lot. And so I do want to just say thank you. We celebrate you ladies. I think that it is important to elevate the women's voices and the women's perspective and your leadership in our community, because sometimes it's tough. Sometimes it's tough to be just one of,
For all of us.
Yeah, for all of us. And so I just want to thank you guys for leading, for being an example, and for reminding us, especially what you just said, what Sikhism really means. And if we would just be a little bit more like what, you know, your culture has really represented, I think we would be all in a better place today. So thank you so much, and we celebrate you. And Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the Central Valley is home to one of the largest populations of Sikh women outside of Punjab, India. Since the first Sikh women pioneers set foot in California in the early 1900s, today, Sikh women who all share the name Kaur have successfully built their families' livelihoods and created a community steeped in their religious and cultural heritage, while at the same time honoring the best of America's values and traditions. And whereas early Sikh women immigrants worked mainly in farming, bringing their extensive experience from Punjab, where agriculture is a major industry, to their new home in the Central Valley, where agriculture is also a mainstay. From the early 1980s to the present, the Sikh community in Central Valley has grown and diversified to now encompass women and men engaged in a diverse set of professions. Along with growth and new opportunities come new needs and challenges. Through two nonprofit organizations based in Fresno, the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California and the Chakara Movement, local Sikh women have diligently worked over the past 2 decades to serve and engage their community, provide education and support to foster health and wellness, and respond to changing needs. And whereas the organization's programs and activities help women and girls develop leadership skills and empower them to cultivate their unique gifts and talents. Events like the International Women's Day Luncheon, Tian de Mela Bujungan summer camps, and Core Nights at the Perus Youth Center, along with many others, provide Core's occasions to participate in civic activities as well as opportunities for connection and growth. And whereas Sikh women also regularly organize and take part in local community service projects, from park cleanups to volunteering and food banks, help the homeless and others. In the last 2 particularly challenging years, Cores have risen to the occasion during the pandemic to support both the mainstream and Sikh communities by holding monthly food distributions at the Sikh Institute of Fresno, sewing cloth masks for local health providers, and hosting vaccine events, along with gurdwaras, and providing information and outreach on the best COVID-19 health practices, as well as vaccine education. And whereas, with vision and dedication, local Sikh women of all ages have united to build community and sisterhood, promote health and well-being, and aid vulnerable populations. In doing so, Sikh women actively advance gender equity and the notion that all people deserve the opportunity to realize their full human potential, while ensuring a space where women's voices lead and are heard and understood. In essence, these women strive to uphold the key principles of their Sikh faith: equality, justice, and the oneness of all humanity, as they uplift families and communities, one act of service at a time. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council do hereby proclaim March 10th, 2022 to be Sikh Women's Day 2022 in the City of Fresno.
Next, we have the Justin Garza Traditional Competition Cheer Team. So I want to invite the entire team to come on down, and also the coaching staff. They have some nice shiny medals. They're big medals. So as we celebrate Women's History Month, it's awesome to be able to be here this morning with these young ladies, recognizing also the hard work that they've done. So today we recognize really their dedication of the Justin Garza Traditional Competition Cheer Team. There are 15 cheerleaders and also the coaching staff, because I know without your coaching staff, you probably would not have done as well as you guys did this year. If you guys don't know, Justin Garza is the newest high school in the Central Unified School District, and so it is exciting that with such a new high school, you guys already have set the trend. So, oh man, I can't even imagine the teams that are coming right behind you are going to have a lot of pressure because you guys are definitely setting the standard very high. But I did want to say just a few points. The Justin Garza Guardians competed at the ESPN Wide World Sports in Walt Disney, Orlando, Florida, where more than 1,500 teams participated. They had over 25,000 spectators that were present. Justin Garza cheer team did not allow that pressure to distract them from bringing home what they have, the title of Universal Cheerleaders Association National High School Cheerleading Championship title. Wow, congratulations, ladies. Their coaches, Brittany Audino, Katie Mendenhall, Alan Rios, and Vivian Sanchez led the team to an undefeated victory. We want to say that the city of Fresno, because Central Unified is in the city of Fresno, is very proud of you. We are glad that you have achieved the UCA National Championship title and that you're here with us so that folks in the community celebrate you and acknowledge that we have a lot of young talent in our community. Not only are you guys talented athletes, but you're also talented students. And so we celebrate for being able to balance that. I know that it's hard, especially during the pandemic, to kind of stay, balanced with what you guys have had to go through in your educational journey in the last 2 years. But I want to say that I'm proud of you guys, that you all have stuck to it, and that you've achieved really, what you guys have done in terms of the national championship title. So I applaud all of you. I applaud your staff, your administration, for supporting your team and making sure that you guys were able to compete. So I do have some certificates for all of you and to present to you, and we do have a special proclamation that we're presenting to the entire team. So again, I want to say congratulations to all of you. And Mr. Clerk, if we could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas on February 13th, 2022, the Justin Garza Traditional Competition Cheer Team earned their first Universal Cheerleaders Association National High School Cheerleading Championship title. The Guardians competed at the ESPN Wide World of Sports in Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, with over 1,500 teams from across the country and more than 25,000 spectators watching the competition. Whereas head coach Brittany Audino and coaching staff led his team through 2021-2022 with an undefeated record. The Guardians earned the opportunity to participate in their first competitive program on a national level, the only cheer event sanctioned by the National Federation of State High School Associations and the California Interscholastic Federation. Whereas the city of Fresno recognizes this accomplishment by Justin Garza's Traditional Competition Cheer Team and is proud to be represented in the athletic community throughout the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Fresno, mayor, and city council congratulate Justin Garza's Traditional Competition Cheer Team on this historic win and hereby proclaim March 10th to be Justin Garza Traditional Competition Cheer Team Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations, ladies and coaching staff. I did want to give an opportunity to the coach or to any of the ladies to say a few words.
Hi, I am Brittany Audino, and I'm the Director of Sport for Justin Garza Cheerleading. We are just so honored today to be here to be recognized for this amazing event that we participated in. As you heard, it was a very large event, and it's televised on ESPN, so it's a huge honor and a difficult thing to do, of course. One of the biggest mottos we have at our cheerleading program is for our cheerleaders to not only be talented people, but or talented athletes, but talented people, and be better people, because that always equals better cheerleaders. They're active in their community. They are stellar academically. They're just fantastic kids, and we're just so proud of them. So thank you so much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Justin Garza community, we want to thank the council for inviting us to celebrate this recognition. This is obviously just the start of a great history that we're going to establish at Justin Garza High School. Our guardians are students who stand for more, and just as Coach mentioned, that's one of the culminating marks of our culture and our identity. And the work that we do isn't just for our school, but for the greater community. So we appreciate your support, and thank you for having us today.
So again, congratulations. You guys definitely have set the mark and the bar really high for the next cheerleaders. So keep at it. Continue making us proud and representing Fresno and also Central Unified. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Congratulations.
Congratulations again. We'll wait for Councilmember Soria to come on up, and then we will proceed with councilmember reports and comments, starting with District 1.
My comments are very short, Council President. I just want to thank staff on a couple of events. One, the Shields and Weber Beautify Fresno event. I want to thank our solid waste staff and the Beautify Fresno staff and all the volunteers that came out to that area. They picked up, I think we had about 64 volunteers. They picked up over 2,600 pounds of trash. So thank you so much for the community to come together to do that. I also want to say thank you for the tree trimming that happened recently in the Dakota Fruits, Shields, and West neighborhood. We received very positive response from our residents in that neighborhood. It had been a long time coming, so just we're very grateful that this council and the administration allotted a lot more funding for our tree trimming in the city of Fresno. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. We have Councilmember Carbasi online with us. He does not have any comments this morning. Councilmember Arias, missing in action. That brings us to Councilmember Chavez, just in time.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick things. City Attorney, on our conversations we had, we just wanted to let the public know we'll be forming an ad hoc committee comprised of myself, Council President Esparza, and Councilmember Arias on homeless program services and initiatives. And I know we have the original established committee already. It won't be a duplication of work. This is more the program services and working with the nonprofits that are going to be doing some of the more focused work on that. But I just wanted to publicly announce that. And then also I want to thank our HEART team that was out there, Mayor's office, City Manager's office. Our HEART team was out there yesterday at Fancher Creek and Clovis, and we're able to house about 80% of the folks that were there. I want to thank them. I want to thank the Poverello, and I also want to thank the advocates that were out there supervising and making sure that folks got additional support and services. Ms. Des Martinez was out there, Mr. McCloskey. I want to thank them for taking time out of their day to go out there and help in that effort, and we're going to be working with them in the near future. And then also, I want to, and City Manager, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just want to let everybody know that today is our city manager's birthday. So she's 29 again. And what a better way to spend your 29th birthday than with our lovely council.
You're
here,
younger than me,
today.
city manager.
So
Hey, guys, we just had the training, careful.
she's younger than the millennials. Okay, I also want to thank Ryan for your help and support and making sure you kept the council and all of our constituents healthy. I know that you're going to be transitioning, and we do have something special for you tomorrow. But I did want to publicly thank you for all your hard work. We really do appreciate what you did during the pandemic. I know it wasn't easy. It was very tough, but we got through it, and because of folks like yourself that really helped and pitched in. So thank you for everything you've done, Ryan. Appreciate you. And then last thing I want to do is I want to wish our fax department their 60th year that we have, and as we have our new assistant city manager that was a former fax director, 60 years old. I know you're younger than our department assistant city manager. You're 29 also, but I just want to say thank you to our bus drivers out there. And we celebrate what you've done for our city for the last 6 decades. And, here's to another 60 years in the near future. With that, Council President, I'll yield my time.
Okay, moving on to Councilmember Bradford.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I've removed the plastic cage in front of me because I think we all recognize life has returned to normal. Only here at the City Council are we still engaged in political theater and virtue signaling. The emergency from March of 2020, 2 years ago, is over, and we need to drop all the theater that's going on. We have people who are in stadiums every weekend watching basketball games, sitting side by side. We had football games and Super Bowls with 80,000 people. People are moving on with their lives, and we need to stop all of this. We frankly should be removing all the masks off of our school children, removing the mask on planes, and heck, we've even gotten so far that Dr. Fauci is now in hiding. So I think we need to move on. We need to stop with declaring all of our emergencies like we're doing on consent calendar 1DD and move on. And lastly, I also want to wish our city manager a very happy birthday. She did mention 29, and so I wish you the very best and hope you have a very great day.
All right, Council Vice President Maxwell.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates and thank yous. We have Public Works doing a lot of good work out there in District 4 right now. We're doing and have been doing tree trimming just south of the Vinland Park neighborhood, essentially the area between the 168, Cedar Avenue, Gettysburg, and Ashland. We trimmed about half of that neighborhood last year. We're trimming the other half this year. This was an area that had gone really neglected when it comes to a lot of the older trees in those neighborhoods. It's a neighborhood that's about 50, 60 years old, and something as simple as a tree could cause a lot of big issues for a lot of folks, especially if you're on a fixed income, you've been living in your house for 50 years, your tree makes a huge mess. And so last year, the council did decide to prioritize tree trimming and to try to get us closer to a 10-year schedule. Councilwoman Soria led the effort on that, and Public Works under Director Mosier has really been implementing that well, and so really appreciative of that. Also related to Public Works activities in District 4, we are getting road paving in the area just east of Millbrook and south of Dakota. My predecessor, Paul Capriolio, during his final year, paved a good chunk of that neighborhood, but unfortunately there wasn't enough funding to finish that neighborhood, and so I'm happy to say that some of the worst streets in District 4 are currently right now getting repaved. And again, that wouldn't happen without folks like Brian Russell and Scott Mosier, who have been really making Central Fresno a priority to make sure that they don't fall into the kind of neglect that other parts of our neighborhood other parts of our cities have in decades past. So a big thank you to Director Mosier and everybody in your team. Lastly, I did attend the Fresno Police Northeast Station Neighborhood Watch meeting last night. I appreciate the invitation from Captain Casto, and was nice talking to Neighborhood Watch Captain Mary Haskin. She's taken over for Roz Clark. If you guys don't know Roz, she is a District 4 resident. She led the Neighborhood Watch for many, many, many years, if not many, many decades. And I have complete faith in Mary Haskin. She's been a dear friend, and I think she'll be an excellent person to lead the Neighborhood Watch in the years to come. Had a really good meeting, had a really great turnout last night. I shared the Northeast precinct with my colleague, Councilmember Bradford, and it was nice to get updated on all the good work our officers are doing in Northeast. And so appreciate and support those officers. And I'll yield the rest of my time, Council President.
Okay. I've got a few updates. I do want to thank the administration, the mayor for getting our District 7 cleaning crew off the ground. They've been at it for a couple months. Finally had the opportunity to meet with them last week, and they're doing great work. I've been seeing the results of their work across the district over the last, again, 6 to 8 weeks. But it was great to actually get to meet them and see them in action here just this past week. So that's going great. We hope to have some great data on that particular pilot program for the upcoming budget. With respect to the beautification of our city, we announced this week that we received a $5 million Clean California grant from the state. That really record timing. We had voted here on council on January 27th to put in that application, thanks to the hard work of our Public Works and Parks departments, and we were notified by March 1st that we received the award. $5 million was the maximum amount possible. We're looking forward to the transformation along the Belmont corridor, some murals around the area as well. 95 trees being planted, quite a bit. I think those dollars are going to go pretty far and make a big difference in that neighborhood. Prior to that, just a couple weeks ago, shortly after the last council meeting we had, we saw the war break out in Europe. And so the city of Fresno made very clear through raising the Ukrainian flag where we stand. Wanted to reinforce and reiterate that here at the council meeting officially as well. But if it wasn't clear, the Ukrainian flag flying here in our city, I think, made very clear where we stand on the side of peace, on the side of democracy as well. With respect to some upcoming community meetings, we will be having a Manchester Park community meeting here shortly on Wednesday. That'll start about 5:30, I believe, and we'll be meeting with residents in the area. Along with the Parks Department, they'll be joining us to facilitate a conversation about some of the upcoming improvements, as well as sort of informing residents about what has been done so far in the last 12 months or so. So again, talking about what's been done and talking about all the great things still to come to Manchester Park. Looking forward to that. I really wanted to have it on Pi Day on March 14th, but it's going to be March 16th. But we'll still have pie for the residents who do turn out. I see a smile there. You guys are invited to. PD's welcome to pop into Manchester Park yeah, I saw you smile. It was good. I said pie. Yeah, it's good. So we'll that'll be a good meeting. We'll have several other upcoming meetings as well. I usually do town halls in my district in the spring and in the fall. This spring will be especially busy because I've acquired quite a bit of new territory in my district as a result of redistricting. So in addition to the forthcoming spring town hall series, we'll also, before that, be meeting with residents in some of the neighborhoods that I had not previously represented on the council that I just picked up here in late January because of redistricting. So for residents who are newly welcome to District 7, well, we'll be having those meetings here pretty soon, the next 6 to 8 weeks, making sure we get an opportunity to meet face-to-face as well. Happy birthday to Georgianne White, as others have reiterated. They beat me to the punch since I speak last. We'll try and make this meeting as quick and painless as possible. That'll be our birthday present, to you. Last thing I want to say is that we are here at City Hall and citywide, statewide, community-wide, we are seeing a lot of COVID restrictions go away. Case counts are very favorable right now, despite the Central Valley and Fresno sort of being this constant epicenter since the beginning of the pandemic. So I encourage folks to, continue to take precautions. Again, our area has sort of consistently been high, and even as cases fall, our cases are a little bit stubborn and falling a little slowly, but falling nevertheless. So it's something to rejoice about, be happy about. Life is going on for now, and fingers crossed we don't see another surge, another variant in the way that we just saw with Delta and Omicron. But I want to remind all of us that even as life goes on, that is not the case for roughly 962,000 Americans who are no longer with us, as well as their families. Thank you. Councilmember Vargas, I see you've returned. Do you have any comments, or are we done
Yes,
here?
thank you, Council President. Just want to say thank you to the mayor on a couple of fronts. We've had a very uncomfortable but productive conversation on how we house some more residents in downtown Fresno that are currently homeless with the recent $5 million grant that we got from the state of California. So you'll see some development in the next coming weeks and months on that front. But we'll continue to seek for the city to ensure that we demonstrate to neighbors that when we house unhoused people, it doesn't have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. We've demonstrated that crime has gone down, human trafficking, drug trafficking in Motel Drive. There's still some work to do around the cleanliness of that area, but it's gonna be a really good opportunity for us to demonstrate to the rest of the city that our homeless residents are our neighbors and they should be across the city. So I'll be looking forward to those developments. I also want to say congratulations to my chief of staff, who has officially accepted a new job in the governor's office. Next week, she'll be starting with the governor's office, overseeing the next round of TCC projects based on the extensive experience and success that we've had in Fresno's TCC investment. So thank you for her time. She was one of those individuals who signed up for work at City Hall, but didn't sign up for an unprecedented pandemic. And with her help, we were able to, get the city to do quite a bit of work and put out resources out in the community in an unprecedented pandemic. With that, our staff, Gabriela, will be taking over as interim chief of staff. Gabriela is a proud DACA recipient who began in our office as a Fresno State intern in her senior year at Fresno State. So she'll be dedicating her time to continue the work that Dolores began, and we'll continue a smoothless transition in our office and working on all the housing projects that we have. On a final note, Council President, I want to take a moment to address some of the comments that Lisa Sondergaard Smithcap recently made to the media. When Lisa first ran for office, she earned my vote because she promised and ran on a platform that she was going to be a prosecutor, not a politician. As a district attorney, she has a responsibility to follow the evidence and charge individuals when the evidence justifies it, and to prosecute charges in the court of law. However, it seems that her bitterness and personal hatred for some of us in the city who are proud Democrats has led her to engage in a very well-documented pattern of attempting to prosecute specifically Democrat leaders of color in the court of public opinion when the evidence clearly demonstrates no crime was committed. To prosecute Democrats in the court of public opinion after a jury acquits them of bogus charges. When Republican operatives file anonymous complaints claiming we don't live in our homes with the Public Integrity Unit, she sends deputies to investigate and confirms that we're under investigation to the press. Yet when the evidence clears us, she doesn't bother to send out a press release clearing our names and integrity, much less conduct media interviews. In contrast, when Terry Sladek assaults a student on video, she doesn't bother to investigate. Instead, she defends him on KMJ. When a Republican mayor in Sanger is cleared, she doesn't detail the allegations or express his opinion to the local media. She simply clears them, as she should. When a donor of hers, staff members get arrested and convicted from leaving a party of hers, She doesn't bother and can't be found for any public comments or media interviews. All these actions are purely political in nature and beneath her office, and in my view, a disgrace to its MidCap legacy. The politicization of her office has placed some of us at risk, including my family. When a district attorney allows and spreads false claims of crimes, corruption at City Hall, and allows that to exist in social media and conservative radio platforms, it ends up arming unstable people from outside the city with a cause to track us down like animals and ambush us at home to prove her claims are true. That is how they ended up at my front door. Worse yet, some police employees believed her rhetoric and mark us as the enemy of public safety and threaten our kids requiring police detail. Her politicization has also allowed her to cover up complaints against herself and provide immunity to her donors and supporters. In her recent media junket, Lisa, you failed to acknowledge that there were Brown Act complaints against donors of yours in your office. You declined to investigate them. You referred them out. You failed to acknowledge several complaints involving you and your campaign treasurer are being investigated by the Attorney General. You failed to acknowledge that your romantic relationship with a federal agent has given you access to information you shouldn't have. I fully accept that these remarks today are going to only make me a bigger target for Lisa Sondergaard, but allowing her unethical and irresponsible rhetoric to continue to put my kids at risk for Republican political points stops now. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, is the mayor still around? I know you had some comments before you had to run off to an event. Thank you for joining us, Mayor. I know it's the city council meeting, but we appreciate your presence from time to time.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just a couple things. I wanted to make sure that the public was aware, as well as the council, regarding efforts underway within the Congress, U.S. Congress, to claw back the second tranche of the American Rescue Funds. Yesterday, I was asked to participate as part of the White House, made the request for me to participate in a news conference with mayors from Tacoma, Washington, Philadelphia, as well as a supervisor from LA County and the mayor of Louisville. And I was on there with Secretary Yellen, as well as the senior advisor to the president, Gene Sperling, talking about the expenditures of ARPA, planned expenditures of ARPA, so that Congress can get a good sense of how important those dollars are to our local communities. So I wanted this council to know how important that is, and to make sure, as we are, locally, making sure that every dollar that we spend is done in a way that is in accordance with the criteria, and everything that I have seen is consistent with that. So we are in good shape in Fresno. The second thing, I'll be testifying today before the California Public Utilities Commission at 2 o'clock regarding what I think to be, and what this council supported, were exorbitant PG&E increases. 22% increase in PG&E rates in 22, and projected to be another nearly 23% between 2023 and 2026. So I'll be testifying on behalf of the mayor's office regarding that today. And then Saturday, be out at JSK for a tree planting, and then a couple first pitch opportunities at some Little League and Babe Ruth events. So thank you, Council.
Mayor, I just want to say I really commend your willingness to, put a lot of the politics to the side and deliver the $175+ million in ARPA funds for our city. I know parts of that probably weren't easy, but you have delivered, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to echo something Council President Esparza said. We've been very fortunate in our city at the state and federal level in terms of monies we're receiving. And that happens as a result, as we all know, of good relationships, and we are delivering. And so we're going to continue to receive $5 million on the de-encampment that we're going to be doing downtown from the state. Another $5 million that we receive for Clean California. on the Belmont corridor. So I believe that we'll continue to see those dollars coming. So thank you, Council.
And Mayor, if I just may, one of the things that I've been observing is the longer the money remains in our coffers and doesn't get out on the street for the intended purpose, the higher likelihood that the federal government will start crawling back some of that money.
Yep.
So I think it's on all of us to hurry up and get some of that money out to those designated areas, or we're going to find ourselves playing defense instead of offense.
Yes, absolutely true. And I've asked the city manager about a week ago. We're assembling two things that we need to do. Number one is having John Ellis work on our internal process of where the future dollars that come from the federal government are going to be utilized, but to make sure we have the internal capacity and a process for external capacity for outsourcing. So we do need to make sure. Now, those funds were delivered in May of last year, but the U.S. Treasury did not bring forth the criteria until about January. So we did wait. Unfortunately, some states and cities spent money, and I think as a result, they're going to end up giving it back because it ultimately was spent outside of the established criteria. So thank you, guys.
All right, City Manager?
Yes, thank you. I just have a few things. First of all, thank you so much for all the birthday wishes. I am one of those people that actually loves birthdays, whether it's my own or anybody else's. I am all up for celebrations for birthdays, so thank you. Also wanted to thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for recognizing Ryan. We have our own pit crew in this chamber, and we're very fortunate to have had him here keeping us safe, and congratulations on your promotion, Ryan. So best wishes to you in your new endeavor in our personnel department. I'm glad that obviously you were able to make the transition and there was an opportunity available. So thank you for all of your service and keeping us safe in the capacity you were holding. Also, thank you again, Councilmember Chavez. Happy anniversary, 60th anniversary to FACTS. And at the end of the month, we're also going to be celebrating the 60th anniversary of our airport. So 60 years for two pretty significant institutions in our community. So looking forward to another 60 years for both of them. Also, congratulations to Dolores in Councilmember Arias's office. It's been, I came on board, a year ago and was very impressed with the caliber of staff work that she was and is producing, and best wishes to her in her new endeavor at OPR in the governor's office. And just provided a few tray memos since the last meeting. One was on the COVID funding for airports and FACTS. Another was providing you with all of the Operation Cleanup schedules for March and materials for you to be able to push out to your constituents. And then also Transform Fresno put out a memo on the Chinatown PBID feasibility study that was part of the TCC work. So I think that's all I had on my list. So thank you for the opportunity, Council President.
All right. Let's move on to sorting out the consent agenda, some of which has been done already. Are there any further items to be pulled for discussion from the consent agenda? Bradford, you had
Yes.
additional?
I would like to pull item Z, AA, BB, and CC, and just register a no vote on 1DD. Which is
Just to note, Council President, 1AA is tabled off the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So Z, BB, CC, and a no vote on 1DD.
Okay. Yeah, I had already moved CC.
You already won?
I had already pulled CC.
Okay.
So
Okay, so I'll
one
take-
Z, one BB.
Yes, and a no vote on 1DD.
Clerk, you got that?
Got it.
Okay. Let me get that straight. So when we get to contested consent, we will be hearing items 1Q, 1Z, 1BB, and 1CC. Okay, any other council members have items to pull for discussion? Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and take, prior to approving the consent agenda, we will go ahead and take public comment on the consent agenda. Given the manageability of the rest of the agenda, we'll actually go ahead and conduct unscheduled communication as well, all in one section. At this time, we'll take public comments for the consent agenda as well as unscheduled communication. I do have some yellow cards filled out already, so if you are in the chamber, please feel free to fill out a yellow card with our clerk, and they'll bring it on up to me, and we'll make sure you get called for your time to speak. And if you are on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand, which we have some folks who have already raised their hand. And as I've done at previous meetings, I'll go ahead and alternate between the speaker cards and the folks who are joining us on Zoom. So to kick it off, first card we have up here is Fernando Paul Elizondo. Come on up, and you will have 2 minutes to address the council.
Peace be with you. I'm here to question you about the money that's being spent. I've been out there and I see you removed the bench with the homeless were sleeping on. I see you cut down the oleanders out there by the freeway where they were hiding, making their homes. Well, they're spending the money the wrong way, you know? And it's good that the government's gonna come down. So I'll be there to voice my opinion of what I see. The money is not being productive. It's non-productive. The encampments that you want to make, in 100 years ago, they called that reservations, okay? In the 50s, or say about the 40s, it was called concentration camps. Is that the way to treat American people? Is it? I don't know, it just overwhelms me to see our people being treated that way with our own money. We have been overcome by this. In case you guys don't want to hear me, you can read it. See? I want to know about the law that you were supposed to pass about finding the people that are homeless for being homeless. Did that pass or what? Nobody said nothing about that. That's important. The other thing is, the money that you spend on yourselves is not for you, it's for the homeless. The money is already been funneled, I call it the boomerang. You made it so it comes back to you. You guys are the ones that are going to benefit. The city of Fresno is buying these hotels, motels. Whose name are they putting it under? That money belongs to the homeless, not to you. I see that I must be on a fast watch. Mr. Esparza?
Yeah.
Listen to this. This is a Bible study for you. Cursed is the man who puts his faith in other man. That's written in the Bible.
Thank you.
Have
Appreciate
you
it.
been studying your Bible?
I've still got it up here from the last time you gave it to me.
It's
Appreciate
supposed
it.
to be studied, not just had it there.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo.
It's not a paperweight.
Next up, we're going to have Carla Martinez. Come on down.
There you go.
Hi, council members. My name is Garza Martinez, Policy Advocate with Leadership Council, making comments on item 1.0. The affordable multifamily apartments that will be built in District 7 are much needed and will help a lot of families. However, we need more projects such as these and more in the city of Fresno. City leaders must take immediate action towards long-term solutions aside from building affordable housing, such as rent stabilization, just cause evictions, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program. These policy recommendations have a proven track record keeping people housed, and will directly benefit residents by preventing and mitigating displacement. I also want the City of Fresno to host a special public meeting on housing and the Here to Stay report by the end of March. I urge city leaders to approve the top 10 policy recommendations identified in the reports to support tenants and prevent displacements. As Fresno's rental and housing market continues to top nationwide charts, putting residents at the risk of having to leave the city they know and love. I ask city leaders to act fast and implement policies recommended in the Here to Stay report. Thank you.
All right, going over to Zoom, we have Lisa Flores with her hand up. Lisa, welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Jsa Flores, साढ़े को 2 मिनट आगे ने.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa.
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ?
1 second, Lisa. We got some overlap with the translators. 1 second.
Okay.
All right, Lisa, go ahead and give it a shot. Let's see if that worked.
Okay, first off, City of Fresno, thank you for the big laugh I had this week that you guys...
City of ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ hello.
I'm still getting feedback.
Yeah, Lisa, sorry. You'll get your whole 2 minutes. I'm sorry. We're the clerk's sorting out the technicalities right now.
Not a problem.
Can the translators please mute themselves for a second?
Okay, Lisa, we're gonna hope third time's a charm. Please proceed, and hopefully this works.
One more time and I get 5 minutes. First off, I want to thank the City of Fresno for giving me a really good laugh that you guys fell for the Nigerian prince scam. That's priceless. The second thing I want to bring up is the council member who supports all these scam allegations that DA Smith Camp is perpetuating in the press. You really need to stop it. You're wasting everybody's times and dollars, and it just needs to stop. Also, too, I want to remind the City Council that I brought before you several months ago, and there are pictures to validate my claim of allegations of the misuse of staff time, resources of the Homeless Task Force of going and cleaning up a road for the express use of a photo op for Lisa Smith Camp and her daughter and about, I think, 3 or 4 other San Joaquin Memorial High School students that needed to do community service. You really need to look into that because, you know, that's a misuse of tax dollars for somebody's personal edification and gain, which I'm pretty sure is pretty illegal. Also, too, I want to give a big thank you to District 3 staff for their continuous positive communication style and positive feedback when I'm addressing issues at the dog park. Gotta love those people. Gotta love your staff, Arias. And then District 1 is the Cadillac of services as far as I'm concerned. Recently, me and my neighbors had a noise complaint issue, and we emailed Your office, Esmeralda, and your staff went above and beyond. They responded in not only a caring manner, but they also gave us the needed ordinance to educate ourselves into what sort of action we need to take as a community to handle the situation at the lowest level possible, and not to bring in the city. That way we wouldn't waste everybody's time on something that could be handled at the lowest level possible. So I want to thank your staff, because that was really super positive. And then I also want to thank everybody on the city council for, honoring Jeff today. Jeff was a personal friend of mine. I met him back in college. He opened up my mind and my eyes and helped me be a better LGBT ally for the last 35 years. And that's all I want to say today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Next up on Zoom, we have Mr. Robert McCluskey.
Thank you, sir, and council. I just wanted to agree with the previous speaker that on speaking on item 1D, let's use funding for the Here to Stay report recommendations rather than for the police. I understand there's 10 million that was previously approved being finalized today for police equipment and vehicles. We could use 38 million of the mid-year surplus city budget for that. The ARPA funding should be used for the underserved community of Fresno. We need to increase investments in the Tiny Home Village project. I did speak to the mayor yesterday about the $1 million in housing voucher program that was already approved in January in ARPA funding. He told me it was still being developed with developing incentives for landlords. That's good, but we need to expedite that. There's 10 million in ARPA funding approved in January for homeless housing. He indicated that 6 million of that went to purchase more rooms at the hotels, which, you know, we have some issues with, but overall it's helping a lot. There's still $4 million left for that. Left from that could be used to increase the size of the proposed pallet camp with the $5 million in funding from the state. So I would encourage that. I just speak real briefly about yesterday because I had some issues with how that happened. There were actually 22 beds open at shelters throughout the city, different ones. Only 9 people were at that area that actually went to the camp. It was overestimated. I don't know how many people. I never saw that many people there, but there were some further down that I hadn't seen previously. Anyway, the point is, briefly, that means there were 13 open beds. So, you know, that means that I know at least 13 people that, many more than that desperately need housing, and many of them are disabled, elderly. And I did ask Senator from Poverell and also Mr. Speed about how's that going to work, and they said they're going to come up with a program on what happens when those situations occur shortly, but that was the answer I got. So we need to look into that. If there's excess beds in one day, let's get them out there. We can refer you to people that desperately need them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. All right, here in the chamber, next up we have Cindy Vargas.
Buenos días para todos. Mi nombre es Cindy Vargas y soy miembro de la comunidad y pertenezco al Distrito 5. Estoy aquí el día de hoy preocupada porque la renta subió demasiado. Mi renta era de 990 y a partir de mayo va a ser de 1,350. Yo dependo de un programa de sección 8 y pues estoy muy agradecida por tenerlo, pero estoy preocupada que mi voucher ya no sea suficiente para poder vivir donde yo vivo. Vivo muy a gusto, pero estoy preocupada de que ya no sea suficiente la renta y tener que moverme a otro lugar y no sea seguro para mis hijos. La seguridad de la comunidad, de los apartamentos, depende mucho de la salud para nuestros hijos, cómo sobresalen en la escuela. Y gracias a que la vivienda donde estamos está ajustable a nuestra renta, pues tengo suficiente para lo necesario para mis hijos, que vistan, calcen, gas para llevarlos a la escuela, pero la renta subió demasiado y pues estoy preocupada porque vemos también muchas mamás solteras, vamos saliendo de violencia doméstica y ya no queremos ser tratadas mal. Entonces, pues no dependemos de la ayuda de un hombre. En veces no podemos trabajar por muchas situaciones y eso nos perjudica porque pues nuestros hijos son los perjudicados y queremos un futuro mejor para ellos, que tengan una carrera y pues les pedimos que por favor hagan un control de rentas porque es muy alto. En veces también las viviendas no están muy renovadas, no les hacen cambios. Algunas cosas están muy dañadas y eso hace que uno ya no viva a gusto. También si podían poner atención en eso, a supervisar bien los apartamentos, no nomás caminar alrededor porque uno cuando van a inspeccionarle, pues uno limpia bien por fuera, pero por dentro están dañados, hay daños. Entonces también los que se dedican a eso, pues a supervisar bien si hay daños más profundos en el apartamento. Uno hace el trabajo de uno en la limpieza, pero también hay otras partes donde deberían de pintar, de haber un cambio de carpeta. Tengo 10 años viviendo donde mismo y jamás ha habido cambios. Gracias.
I can go ahead and translate that for folks. So I'm here today I'm here today and I'm from District 5. My rent has gone up $950 to $1,350. I depend on Section 8 and I'm grateful for this, but I'm afraid my voucher will not be enough anymore. Afraid I will have to move somewhere else and it won't be safe. The environment is important for our children. I'm grateful that I live in a place where my children can grow up safe, but the rent has gone up a lot. Rent is too high and I'm worried. There's a lot of women who face domestic violence and they can't get help. I want to ask that there be a rent control. Sometimes housing isn't kept up, so I also want to ask that you pay attention to the supervising of these buildings and pay attention not just to the exterior, but the interior as well. I try to keep it clean, but I've been living in the same building for 10 years and some things haven't changed. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay. Next up here in the chamber, we have Antonia Flores. Antonia Flores? Okay. So next up we have Maria Gasca. Bienvenidos. Tienes 2 minutos para hablar y otros 2 minutos para traducir.
Okay. Mi nombre es María Gasca y vengo de la Distrito 5. Tenemos nosotros una fundación que se llama Familias en Acción y venimos porque habemos muchas mamás que tenemos muchas preocupaciones de lo mismo que habló mi compañera, de las rentas, de los apartamentos en malas condiciones Y últimamente se vino el costo de las rentas demasiado alto. Y como dice ella, habemos muchas personas que somos de bajos ingresos y no podemos pagar suficientes dinero. Ajá. Sí.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Gasca, and I'm here representative of District 5, and we are here on behalf of the Foundation of Familias en Acción. Just as my colleague has shared, like we have a lot of the same, sharing a lot of the same issues or same problems where the rents are really high and we aren't living in the best quality apartments or housing. And just like she was saying, we're families who are trying to make the best that we can and do what we can.
Okay. Y estamos pidiendo por favor que nos ayuden a tener un control sobre las rentas, porque son viviendas que están en muy malas condiciones, tanto las casas como los apartamentos. Yo tengo ahorita como 12 años viviendo donde mismo. Me aumentan la renta cada año. No son ni de a 50, son cada de $100 para arriba. Esto es muy injusto para nosotros de bajos ingresos, porque la mera verdad, como trabajamos en el campo, no es suficiente dinero como para pagar renta y para los costos como ahorita de la luz, la agua, es mucho lo que estamos pagando ahorita de todo eso. Queremos alzar la voz para nosotros las mamás que estamos, no trabajamos, sino que somos amas de casa para hacer para atender nuestro vivir un poquito más bien.
And I'm here today asking just to have some sort of control over the rent, just as with the houses, but also with the apartments. I've been at my apartments for a little over 2 years now, and every single year the rent goes up, and it's not just by $50 or something, it's $100 plus every single year, and it's just unfair, especially for low-income individuals like myself who, and like other families who work in the field, are struggling to pay rent, struggling to pay our light, our gas, PG&E, et cetera. I'm here, today as someone who is a housewife, to elevate the voice of other folks who, we want to just live in good quality housing.
Es todo. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
That's all. Thank you to everyone.
All right, going back over to Zoom for a couple folks. Next on Zoom, we have Amber Quill.
Good morning. Hi. Amber Crowell, sociology professor at Fresno State. I'm also part of the housing team with Faith in the Valley, and I am commenting on item 1.0. I welcome the construction of affordable housing. It is, of course, something we desperately need with a 36,000 shortfall in affordable housing in Fresno County. But I'm giving comment today to demand immediate and more comprehensive action to guarantee safe, decent, and permanently affordable housing for all. We can't focus only on construction because we know that means we only get a few hundred housing units here and there at a time, and we know how expensive it is to build new housing units. So we also need other measures to stabilize housing affordability for folks right now. That means we need rent stabilization to put more far-reaching caps on rent raises. At this point, most renters are already spending too much of their income on rent. There is no give for another $100 rent raise or even a $50 rent raise. There's no give. Families are cutting into the bone of their household budgets. We need fair chance housing. Housing is a basic human need, and we are doing no good for our communities if we are shutting people out of housing over records that don't tell the whole story and keep folks from being able to recover from past challenges. We also need a fully funded and comprehensive right to counsel for tenants in eviction court to reduce displacement, keep people in their homes, and make both tenants and landlords whole. Enough of feeding the business of landlord attorneys, destabilizing communities, and causing catastrophic harm to the emotional, physical, and social well-being of families who are forced out of their homes and neighborhoods at all times of the year. From what I've seen of the eviction protection program, it is falling far short of having the impact that right to counsel programs in other jurisdictions have had because it's too limited, it doesn't divert eviction filings, and there's not enough outreach. When we first gave you the idea of right to counsel and handed you our proposal, we outlined a budget that included tenant and landlord education and outreach to support the program. You are cutting the legs out from under the program that you decided to go with by not funding outreach and education. Given what I've said, I'm sure you want to defend the eviction protection program, but to do that, you will need to be more transparent with the data from the program. So I'm also demanding that we get more reporting and access to data on the EPP. The community brought this to you. We deserve to know how it's going and to be able to give input on its direction forward. Finally, I am frustrated that the community has put so much work into doing outreach and education on the Here to Stay report, attended all of these workshops, and filled out surveys and gave public comment. And what we're getting are delays on action on the Here to Stay policy recommendations and housing plans being developed behind closed doors that don't invite the community to the table at all, or even account for the work that's been done. We need a special public meeting this month on the Here to Stay report and the top policy recommendations, 3 of which I've mentioned. Please don't shut us out. Thank you.
Okay, next up on Zoom, we have Brandy News Villegas.
Sorry, it took me a moment for the unmute button to come up. Council, thank you. I agree with people before. I oppose the use of ARPA funds in 1D and agree that we need to put more money into housing. I know that you've mentioned that an unprecedented amount has gone into affordable housing and homeless services, but we were also given unprecedented funding because of unprecedented crisis. And there's a lot of needs that I just witnessed in the last couple of weeks. I had someone who asked me, like, what's the highest amount of rent increase because their rent was going up $120. I'm concerned about the vulnerable. While I was doing outreach and giving rights to unhoused to the warming center, we had a lot of people who are desperate and grateful for the few days that we brought them to the warming center because they could escape the cold, but also because they had a place to go. And it was really heartbreaking whenever it closed again because people had to find another place to sleep, and we had to tell them that there wasn't that option. They wanted shelter, and for the most part, had no place to go. They had nearly nothing. Some of them didn't even have blankets when it was freezing. Many I observed were elderly and disabled, had to be assisted in wheelchairs. Many had limited incomes, and asked me about apartments, that are available with the income, and realizing with the rate hikes, it's just that much more impossible. One woman was unhoused because she had an apartment and she gave it up for family reasons to stay with her mother. And when her mother had to move, she has not been able to find affordable rental. I know some people that we gave to Warren Center who have jobs but can't find housing. They asked about the McKinley apartments and Crossroads. We have people who are waiting. We have people in the shelters waiting for housing. We need options for them. And I want to note that because of during the freezing weather, I gave a ride to someone who lost his tent and all his belongings because he had walked away, and the police officers with HART had taken his stuff when he was gone, and he was left with nothing. And when he went to the warning center when it was 35. Regarding code enforcement, later on, we're seeing increases in encampments. It says that we're seeing increases in encampments. This is more of a need for housing options. We have housing individuals suffering because they're being moved without shelter. Code enforcement doesn't solve the problem of encampments. They're simply displaced. Housing does. Arias, thank you for mentioning that there needs to be services and shelters and housing across the city. And I echo that needs to be a focus in trying to figure out ways for those who have limited, very, very limited income. I also want to add, Nelson, thank you so much for your comments about COVID. It was very much appreciated, and we do need to continue to be careful while celebrating improvements. Arias, thank you for I appreciate your statement about unfairness with the DA's office, and I'm sorry for what you're experiencing. This unfairness has included the vulnerable throughout the county. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brandy. We're going to come back over to the chamber here. Next up, we have Ilola Villa.
Sí, buenos días. Estoy aquí porque yo estoy recibiendo ayuda, pero me la quieren cortar. No tengo muchos ingresos y no alcanzo para pagar la renta. Alguien del distrito 7 me puede ayudar por favor. Porque temo perder mi vivienda por mi hijo que sufre de esquizofrenia.
So I'm here today to ask, I'm receiving help to pay my rent, and they want to cut it. I don't have a lot of income, and it barely is enough for the rent. Can someone in District 7 please help me? Because I am afraid that I will lose my living space. My son currently is schizophrenic, and so I'm very afraid that I will lose my home and won't be able to afford the rent. So she's just here to see if someone in District 7 or in her district can help her with this matter. She's called the people who give her the aid, but they just have her back and forth, and so that's why she's here today.
Yeah, so my staff will be out here shortly to make contact with Lola, but she can continue speaking, and when she's finished, they'll be out.
Yes.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, gracias. They'll be with you shortly. All right, next up here in the chamber, we have Lilia Becerril. Lilia?
Buenos días a todos, miembros de la mesa. Ya me conocen, Lilia Becerril, directora ejecutiva de Familias en Acción. El día de hoy estamos aquí presentes junto con la asociación con el Consejo de Liderazgo.
Good morning, everyone. I think many of you know me. My name is Lilia Becerril. I'm the Executive Director of Familias en Acción, and today we are here as a coalition.
Estoy aquí presente el día de hoy más que nada es porque algunos de ustedes han recibido mensajes de texto, mensajes en llamadas, de el alto llamado que tengo hacia mí sobre el alto costo de las viviendas.
Yeah. And I'm here today because as many of you have gotten texts, many calls from me, because your own constituents are calling me on a regular basis because of how unaffordable our housing costs are here in Fresno.
Últimamente estamos viviendo bajo amenazas, principalmente con aquellos dueños de viviendas o corporaciones, se puede decir, no compañías, corporaciones que casi es dueño de Fresno, que están incrementando día tras día, rompiendo las reglas que ustedes imponen.
Yeah. And today we are living under the threat of not companies, but corporations that are running our city, Fresno here, that are, oftentimes every day increasing rents and violating the very same laws that you are putting in place.
Estamos pasando por una alta crisis de desalojos y yo pienso que ya no es bueno tener tantas personas sin hogar en la calle.
We are going through a crisis of folks being evicted, and it's about time we do something about how many unhoused folks we have living in our streets.
Yo pienso que ustedes que están allá representándonos a nosotros tienen que poner un alto a esto, a los dueños de vivienda y a las corporaciones.
I think those of you who are here as our elected officials, it's about time y'all do something to represent us and stop our corporate landlords, our general landlords from taking advantage of us.
Y el alto de llamadas que tengo más que nada son del Distrito 7, Distrito 5 y Distrito 3.
And the highest volume of calls that I get are from District 5, District 7, and District 3.
Por favor, les pedimos, y siempre lo digo en las redes sociales, no calentemos nuestra silla, trabajemos para nuestra comunidad que es la que necesita de ustedes.
Yeah. And I always say this on our social media, it's like, but let's not just warm up our seat, let's get to work and get to action and protect the communities that we are here to serve.
Estamos aquí para proteger a nuestras familias y estamos luchando por una mejor calidad de vida para todos, no nomás para uno mismo.
We are here to get a better quality of life for all of our families and advocate for them, not just for ourselves here in Fresno.
Gracias por su atención y no por estar en su teléfono, ¿eh? Gracias.
Thank you for your attention, not for being on your phones. Thank you.
Gracias. Coming back over to Zoom, we have Janine Nkosi.
Good morning, council members and Fresno residents. I want to thank all the folks who took time out of their day to join the city council meeting today and to have their voices heard on important issues that impact all of us. My name is Dr. Janine Nkosi. I'm a sociology professor at Fresno State, and I'm the regional advisor for Faith in the Valley. In both of these roles, I see college students, young folks, and Fresno families who are struggling every day to make ends meet and do everything they can to keep their homes. I'm want to encourage the city council to host a special public meeting on housing and the Here to Stay report by the end of March. Additionally, I urge the city leaders to approve the top 10 policy recommendations that are identified in the Here to Stay report, and to support tenants and prevent displacement. Fresno formed an anti-displacement task force, and the city commissioned the Thrive-Ins group to conduct a thorough investigation of Fresno's housing crisis and to develop a comprehensive report to figure out how to solve the housing crisis. The report contains 46 housing policy recommendations, and when taken as a whole, we have a real opportunity to change the landscape of Fresno housing and ensure that everyone has access to safe, accessible, and deeply and permanently affordable housing. Fresno residents cannot wait any longer for the city to take serious action on addressing our housing crisis. More than half of all households in Fresno are renters, and 2 out of 3 Fresnans pay well over 30% of their income towards their housing. So this means that 2 out of 3 residents are one unexpected medical bill, car repair, or some other unforeseen circumstance, like the current spike in gas prices. This current spike in gas prices, when the ends are so low, means that some people are not going to be able to make rent. So it puts them at risk of losing their housing. We're seeing an increase in homelessness every year. So we're here to encourage city leaders to take immediate action toward long-term housing solutions, including rent stabilization, just cause eviction protections, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program. We know that these policy recommendations have a proven track record of keeping people housed and will directly benefit residents by preventing or mitigating displacement. Rent stabilization allows a reasonable rate of return for landlords while ensuring families remain housed. Just cause eviction protections only allow evictions for legitimate reasons like a lease violation, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program will provide legal support and representation to Fresno's tenants. We believe that prioritizing...
Janine, you're over by quite a bit now. Can you make your last comment, please?
Yeah, prioritizing safe and affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. And I want to say congratulations to the Sikh women leaders who were honored here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Next up here in the chamber, we have Isabel Vargas. Isabel?
Sí, buenos días para todos. Mi nombre es Isabel Vargas y soy miembro de la comunidad del Distrito 5 y estoy aquí comentando sobre el elemento 1.0. Mi experiencia y mi petición para ustedes es de que todos estamos pidiendo por lo mismo, restricciones para los alquileres de renta, para que los dueños de casa no nos estén subiendo tanto la renta o que no nos estén desalojando, porque en mi propia experiencia de un día para otro me llega una persona a mi puerta a tocarme diciéndome que ha comprado la propiedad y necesito desalojar la vivienda. Entonces se me hace pues muy mal porque ni siquiera tuvimos un aviso por el dueño de que voy a vender o algo que nos hubiera especificado que tenemos que buscar un nuevo lugar para cambiarnos de casa o algo. Ahora, las rentas, es muy imposible encontrar una vivienda con un precio accesible porque las rentas están muy altas. Pensamos en comprar una casa y es lo mismo, los valores de las casas están altísimos, entonces no tenemos opción, no sé qué vamos a hacer. Entonces mi petición es que por favor nos pongan un poco más de atención a la comunidad y quisiéramos ayuda porque en realidad sí la necesitamos. Sabemos que todo está subiendo, pero también nosotros necesitamos ayuda para eso.
So, good morning. My name is Isabel, resident of District 5. In my experience and my petition is that we're still asking for the same thing, and that's on rent, and asking that landlords don't just evict us. In my experience, someone came to my door, knocked, and told me that the house had been sold and I had to leave. Rents are too high to find something anywhere else, and the same goes to buying a house. You can't find anything anywhere. And so my petition and to y'all is to listen to the community and pay more attention to us and to our experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here in the chamber, we have next up Martha Leone.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Marta León y vengo del Distrito 5 y mi petición también es pedirles que pongan más atención en uno, porque yo en la casa donde vivo tengo como 15 años y el dueño de un día para otro dijo que iba a vender la casa y mi casa está hasta la mitad de mall. Tengo una niña de 12 años, un nieto de 5 años y no hay control para ellos porque nomás dicen, te voy a subir. De una me subió $300, teniendo 13 años ahí, me subió $1,000 de renta. De depósito, perdón, y 300 de aumento de renta.
So good morning, my name is Marta Leon, District 5, and same thing, asking y'all to pay more attention to the community. Same as others, they have sold the house I have lived in for the last 13 years. I'm sorry, not sold. They have raised the rents on the house I have lived in the last 13 years, and my deposit has gone up $1,000 recently.
Y entonces no hay control para ellos. Ellos pueden subir o no hay quien les ponga control para ellos, porque de una nomás dicen, me desalojaron, iba a vender la casa, no la pudo vender porque estaba la verdad, la casa muy vieja y la cocina no me sirve ahorita, no tengo acceso a la lavandería, el garage está todo caído y aún así me subió. Y entonces ahora cada que va por la renta tiene que llegar a ver cómo tengo más que la sección 8, porque a ver si no tengo, que no debo de tener la ropa más que atrás, entonces no puede vivir uno a gusto ahí. Y no tiene uno dónde ir porque están las rentas muy caras y yo no trabajo.
And so, same, just put more control on the way they raise rents here in Fresno. For example, my house that I'm living in right now, the kitchen doesn't work, the garage doesn't work, the laundry doesn't work, and yet they still raise the deposit on my rent, and none of these things work.
Es todo, muchas gracias y espero que pongan mucha atención porque cuando andan para votar, mis hijos siempre votan por los que yo siempre pienso y ya después no escuchan a la gente. Muchas gracias.
And I hope you pay attention to the community today because my children have voted for some of you today, and I hope you listen. Thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Gracias. All right. Next up, in the chamber, we have Alexandra Alvarado.
Hello, Council. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. I'm here today along with the many others, courageously sharing their story about why we so desperately need affordable housing. And I want to thank y'all for item 1O. I think this affordable housing is much needed. We need deeply affordable housing. Affordable housing means different to different parts of each of your districts. But for most of the city of Fresno, it means deeply affordable. It means affordable enough that they can afford to go to the movies on the weekend. They can afford medicine. They can afford the groceries that are going to keep them healthy. And I want to talk a little bit about what happened here last Friday and paint you all a picture in case any of y'all missed it. Last Friday, over 200 community members, veterans, clergy, faith leaders, students, young people, veterans all stood outside, came together and showed joy, showed courageousness, showed power, and demanded justice, housing justice. They created homemade signs that said, housing is a human right. They created signs that say, care for us, don't forget about us. They created signs that said, I am tired of being tired. I'm tired of being homeless. I'm tired of living on the street. They made signs that said, housing for all. Came together during probably people's most traumatic times of their lives. They're being evicted. They can't afford their rent. They don't know where their children are going to sleep next month because they don't know if they can afford rent next month. There was food, there was joy, and there was power. And I want to leave you all with a quote that has stuck with me since that day. Hearing that we need to wait for justice, justice that is long delayed is justice denied. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next up, we have Gracia Elenes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gracia Lenes. I'm with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I understand these following items I will be commenting on have been pulled on the consent, but would like to comment on them before you right now. And first, would like to thank you for authorizing the preparation of an agreement between the city and the Air District regarding the notification and processing procedures for development applications within the AB 617 community of South Central Fresno. While this resolution directs the city staff to prepare an agreement between the city and the Air District that contains terms substantially similar to what is written, additional language and conversations will still need to take place with the guidance given by the Community Steering Committee. One of the main goals of this MOU is to ensure transparency and early notification with the community with regards to development projects that may negatively impact the 617 South Fresno area. As the city continues to allow for the development of industrial zoning uses in this already environmentally overburdened community of South Central Fresno, this agreement will assist all entities in being aware of and the expectations that air quality and health impacts of the citizens must be taken into account. Now, pertaining to item 1CC, that is authorizing council members to identify projects in their districts, we continue to reiterate the Treasury Department's guidance to meaningfully engage communities in expensing these funds. We urge you to listen to the experts in your communities as to what the needs are and the solutions, and your constituents are those experts as the residents who are living in their communities. The current process is merely following Fresno's status quo, telling neighborhoods what they need, what the right solution is, and we've seen by the current tale of two cities that the status quo is not working for over half of Fresno residents. This council and the mayor still have the opportunity to do the right by communities hardest hit by the pandemic and be responsive to those needs. It's not too late, and we urge you to please open up the process as we are continue to disperse the ARPA dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracia. Next up, we have Kimberly Mccoy. Kimberly.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President, and Council members. My name is Kimberly Mccoy, Project Director at Fresno Building Healthy Communities, and I'm also speaking today as a resident of South Fresno. As a renter who is also experiencing displacement in my community due to high rent, I am happy to see these affordable units being built. However, as a single parent who wants only the safest options for my child, I am here today to urge the council to consider the location of these units. In one particular on McKinley and Blackstone by the railroad tracks are just behind that suggested site. Consider the safety that will impact these future residents. I am also here today to urge the City of Fresno to hold a public meeting on housing and the Here to Stay report by the end of March. City leaders must adopt all policy recommendations identified in the report to support tenants and prevent displacement. These policy recommendations have a proven track record of keeping people housed and directly benefit residents by preventing or mitigating displacement. The mayor has suggested that the temporary housing within hotels is meant for 60 to 90-day stay. After this time, what happens next? Do these community members find themselves out of housing options yet again? What other resources can we offer to ensure that they are not without options? City leaders must take immediate action toward long-term solutions aside from building affordable housing, such as rent stabilization, just cause eviction protections, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program. I stand in Fresno Building Healthy Communities stand in solidarity with the community because we all deserve access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing, and this is how you create one healthy Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Ruben Espinoza.
Hello, my name is Ruben, and I'm with Fresno's Barrios Unidos and a community member in District 5, and today I'm commenting on item 1.0. The affordable multifamily apartments that will be built in District 7 are much needed and will help a lot of families in the district. However, we need projects such as these and much more in Fresno. City leaders must take immediate action toward long-term solutions aside from building affordable housing, such as rent stabilization, just cause evictions, and a comprehensive, fully funded eviction program, fair chance housing, and transitional housing for young people and Fresnans in general who are coming home from incarceration. These policies have a track record of keeping people housed. I also want to urge the council to hold a special public meeting on the Here to Stay report by the end of March. Again and again, we have seen and heard residents from this community come into these meetings and share their stories of how unscrupulous landlords keep raising already skyrocketing rents on dilapidated housing without fixing anything. Students who are under enormous stress because of their family getting evicted and can't afford legal help, youth and adults who are returning home to their communities from institutions being discriminated against from being able to have a basic place to live, all while undergoing a global pandemic. We suggest the city work with residents and trusted community organizations who have been working with the most impacted communities to make a strategic plan and implement and act on these policies that are outlined in the Here to Stay report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Next up, I'm going to go to Zoom. And on Zoom, we have Jessica Ramirez.
Hello, my name is Jessica Ramirez. I am a Fresno community leader with Faith in the Valley, also a mother of 5, and also I work full-time at Amazon. So as of that, you know, I am the leader here in the Valley. We are here reaching out to folks, hearing their stories, and it's enough, you know, it's pretty much enough is enough, and it's just so much. You know, we're not asking for so much. All we need is help and basically, you know, to start listening to the community. You know, this is our community, the people's power, the community's power. You know, this is not for you guys to make the choices. It's us, the community. At the end of the day, they tax us, they get all our tax money. Where's all the money? You know, we don't even see what we ask for. We are working so hard to bust our asses off, and for you guys to not listen to us and take the community's, you know, responses and put it into action. There's a housing crisis going on. Not just that, but the gas is going up. Everything is just, yes, you guys give us the money, we get the help, all this stimulus, okay, yes. But at the end of the now it's coming to an end that you guys are asking for the money back. You're charging us extra tax. It's like, damn, like, how do you guys want us to survive? You know, the little bit of help that you guys give us is not even enough. This is not enough. We're asking for everyone in this circle, anyone here in the Valley, you know, throughout the whole world to listen to us, the community. Start listening. Don't just listen and flush everything out. Put us into, you know, your guys' thing too. It's not just all, pretty much your guys' decisions. At the end of the day, you guys collect the money from us. So please, if you guys can just, you know, start pretty much listening to us. And not just that, I also ask if you guys can, you know, pretty much, I'm asking for a special meeting for housing and a Here to Stay report by the end of the March. If you guys can put that on the calendar for us, you know, reach out to one of us with Faith in the Valley and see how we can make them pretty much, you know, bring that onto the agenda as well. I'm sorry, it's just so much that I got to say in a little bit of time. But also, you know, we are here, we have a homes guaranteed, you know, it's a whole thing of the community. You know, we get them involved. We listen to what they want, the changes that they want to make. You know, we bring it up to you guys. They come to you guys. They tell you guys, and you guys are still not listening to them. How can we get you guys' attention? What else do you guys want? Is the community showing up? You know, not enough. You guys are wasting our time at this point. We show up. We tell you guys what we need. You know, it's not just us. It's the whole world out here, the community that comes out, and you know, they have jobs that they have to attend, but at the end of the day, they show up to these meetings. They have childcare that they need, and still, we still manage to show up. We even miss going to work because we got to show up to you guys. You guys still don't listen. What do you guys want from us? How can you guys listen to us? We're tired every time. You know, you don't know what we have to go through still. We go to work, still wanting to show up to these meetings. Sometimes we can't even attend it now. Today, I took the time to, you know, stay home to just attend one of these meetings. You know, things like that you guys don't realize, you guys don't put into your guys' consideration. Start listening to us, the community. This is our money. Where is our money going to? Listen to us, please. Please, I'm begging you, I'm crying. Like, I need this help for everyone, not just for myself. I'm gonna continue to fight for this. This is our money. Where is it going? We need it back. The community needs it. We need protection. We need housing. Everybody needs housing right now. What are you guys doing? Evictions after evictions.
Jessica, you're over by quite a bit now, giving you almost double time there. So we are going to move on. Appreciate your comments and you taking the time to join us this morning. But next up here in the chamber, we do have Galvia Juarez. Galvia.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días, miembros de los concejales. Mi nombre es Galvia Juárez. Estoy aquí presente, como pueden ver, soy madre de familia. Traje a mi hija, no la pude dejar en casa porque mi esposo está luchando para trabajar, para poder pagar una renta que está atrasada. Fuimos a la organización para que nos brindaran ayuda. Hasta el día de hoy no nos han dado ninguna ayuda. Estoy atrasada desde el mes de enero y solamente me dicen que me van a mandar un cheque, el cual no me ha llegado. Estoy desesperada porque no sé cómo vamos a pagar nuestra renta. Tengo 2 hijas más y desafortunadamente nos dicen que están los fondos, pero no nos han llegado los fondos. Quiero, por favor, pedirles a todos que hagan caso omiso de todas nuestras peticiones, porque no nada más solo soy yo. Somos muchas madres, muchos padres que vivimos en el condado de Fresno y tenemos necesidades.
Good morning, council members. My name is Galvia Juarez, and I am here on behalf of District 3 as a mother. I have a family. As you can see, I have my daughter here, who I was unable to leave at home because my husband is out there working, making sure that we are able to pay our bills and have food on the table. And I am here to ask you for help because I am behind on rent and I've applied for the program and I haven't been able to get help. I've been behind since the month of January and I've been told that I will be getting a check and I have yet to receive any information on that, and I am just I feel very desperate. I don't know where to turn to. And I hope you are hearing all of us here loud and clear, hear our petitions, hear our cries to do something about the issues that we all have. Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the chamber, we have Jonas Paulos. Jonas, welcome.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. My name is Jonas Paulos. I represent the homeless veterans in Central Valley. I just want to start with saying thank you first. Thank you for that bus for these veterans. I don't have to get tokens anymore. Thanks for Greg used to give me tokens, and I get it out of my own pocket. That really helps. And thank you for the reduction of the bus fare. Look at what it's playing at. where the gas is high and $1 to ride, 50 cents for us people with disabilities. So I just want to say thank you. And 1-0, I'm with it. Yes, affordable housing on Clinton and Fresno. Hopefully those veterans will be able to get in there and they can walk to their treatment. Let's do more long-term plan, sustainable affordable housing. Like we did the trust fund with Esmeralda, yes, let's put down money to it because we're in a worse place right now. And we need to help. Our veterans are suiciding at a high rate, 8 times the rate. It's 22 a day, so I don't know what it is, and I'm receiving those suicide calls myself. I take it as a volunteer. I just want to tell you thank you, and let's work together, advocates, council members, and the mayor. I'm with you, and we can make our city better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. Des Martinez. Des, are you with us this morning?
Yeah, she's coming.
Okay.
Sorry, I came in with a lot to say, but I just got a phone call. Jerry Mulford was found dead last night in his emergency apartment on Cedar. We have no wraparound services, you guys. I've lost Jerry 3 times. Excuse me, Bradford Chavez, will you guys please pay attention to me? Because this is very important, Bradford. It's very important to me. We need help. We need wraparound resources. We can't just pick people off the street. There was so much I was gonna say, you guys, but I just literally got this freaking phone call, and I'm pissed. Because just because we picked Jerry off the street and put him in emergency housing doesn't mean we have success. We need wraparound resources. He had a very, very bad drug addiction. And every single time he got put in somewhere else, there was no wraparound resources. There was no counseling services. There was nothing. And I feel that if we have these wraparound resources at all the emergency apartments here in Fresno, we can help them some more. We shouldn't be getting phone calls. I have lost too many people out here. You guys, this is hurting me so much. It is killing me inside to lose so many people that I've helped throughout the years. And Jerry Mulford gave. Everybody knows he was the original Mayor Jerry down on H Street, down on Santa Clara. He is the original one that we consider our mayor amongst the unhoused community. During COVID, the city stopped. The city shut down during COVID. Pavarello stopped feeding. Fresno Rescue Mission stopped feeding. Who was out there? Jerry Mulford was out there for 2 years in the truck with me, feeding and feeding and feeding and feeding and feeding. He fixed semi-trucks that broke down in front of the Pavarello house. He helped people, naked women walking down the street, he would give his blanket to so they wouldn't get raped. This man has done so much. Just because he was a drug addict, there was no resources and not enough resources here in Fresno, California to help him to make sure that he's successful in drug rehab. 3 months is not enough, you guys. They want 18 months or more, and I don't understand why we're not listening to the advocates, to the street family members. Thank you for the 43 units of affordable housing, but are you guys gonna have wraparound resources so we can stop picking up dead bodies of unhoused members in these community or these county apartments or the city emergency apartments? Why can't we have wraparound resources? Why? How many people gotta die in city and county owned buildings? This is ridiculous. You guys have so much money. We want rehabs. We want mental health services. We want that. We need it, you guys. We need it. Let's help the unhoused community get better and be a thriving part of our community. But we gotta give them the tools. We got to. We can't keep allowing people to die on our streets. How many people have died on our streets last year? Did anybody get the number yet? Represent the number in front of you guys, like Carbassi had for the deaths and the murders. I want to see every single city council put up in front of them a number of the unhoused member that has been picked up off the street in their district. We need help. How many times do we have to ask?
We need help. We need mental health services, Bradford. We need them. We need facilities that are going to help people. We need drug rehab facilities. We need that. Do we have the addiction out here? Yes, sir. Do we have mental health out here? Yes, sir. But you can end up homeless because of those, and you can also become an addict and have mental health issues because of homelessness. So give us the tools and the resources to help the individuals to become a better member in your community, but also give back and teach others that have fallen into that black hole. 43 units is not enough. We need 84,000. Please, with wraparound resources, I'm exhausted. And if anybody can help Jerry Mulford's family with his funeral, please do so. Because this man, no matter what, being a drug addict, homeless person, as you guys call him in the streets, he did a lot for the city. He kept Santa Clara Street clean. And I'm sure every single one of you have heard about him and know about him. So in his memory, please, please start pushing rehabs and mental health live-in facilities and therapists to go out to the streets, crisis response teams out in our streets. That's where the money needs to go. And more affordable units with wraparound resources, please.
Thank you,
I have
guys.
more to say, but thanks.
Next, here in the chamber, we have Leonard True. Leonard?
Hello. So, the sign says, "In God we trust." Do you guys do that? Because that's the key issue worldwide. And don't ask me, read it for yourself, pick your own God. But, you know, I think I've experienced it all that's been spoke about here today, just about, in one way or another. And that was a blessing and a curse. But I've been riding it out knowing that God will get me to the other side. And the key issue is people need to stand together. People need to remember the old ways and communicate. And like what she's talking about was Uncle Jerry. You know what finally worked for me? I was incarcerated a number of times in my life. I came out to the Salvation Army. It was a 6-month program. This last round, when I went through, 2-year program, and then continued program. The program I went through was through Fresno New Connections, Prop 36. It's got welfare involved, it's got probation involved, it's got community people involved. And what do I do for continued recovery? Well, God didn't call me out of, He called me into, because I'm an ordained minister as well. An unemployed chaplain, if you will. But you see, this Celebrate Recovery program, it's a faith-based, and you go and they serve food, and there's music, and there's dessert, and then there's some classes that are broken down to who needs what, you know what I mean? And then you can steer them to the right resources. But if you just got some guy going, well, the book told me that you people are just, well, there's a problem, because it's not you people. It's we the people. You know, and let me tell you one thing. God does not want anything with the breath of life in it to suffer eternal damnation. And I've chose the route that Jesus chose. That's called suicide, because he knew he was going to die. But he did it anyway. And he knew that he would fall and become Lucius. And he knew that in the end, he would come back as the bringer of light in the unification. If you know your Bible, trust in God. I'm a proud member of the Red, White, and Blue crew and the Red, White, and Green crew, and I was born and raised right here in Fresno County.
All right, next up, we have Cheyenne, or Sheehan.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne. Today I'd like to speak on homelessness and something personal to me. I hope you guys listen to this and hear me. As an 18-year-old coming up to speak to those who are supposed to listen. You guys all know who my mother is, and that is Des, founder and director of We Are Not Invisible. This woman is incredible. She is my strength at the end of the day. As her daughter, I am proud of what she does and who she is fighting and advocating for. In the last 2 years coming out with her, I have met so many wonderful people. I am happy to call them my street family. I have great relationships with them, and they have taught me so much in how people really are. The house community think they're just bums or just, oh, they're crazy because they're on drugs, but no, that is not the case. They have been through way more trauma than us in this room today. They live the real life. They are surviving every day, every second of their life. Their home is on the street. The stuff they carry around for a reason. That is the only thing they have. Imagine the police coming into your home, your house every day at 7 o'clock in the morning and making you gather all you can, take it outside your door while they throw away everything else in their house. Do you think you can live like that? That is what you're practically doing to the street fam every day. I see the street fam from a different perspective. I don't judge them. I don't criticize them for being where they're at, because at the end of the day, that can be one of us. My mother has done a lot. She does. You guys have no idea how much she takes in at the end of the day. You don't know the stress she is in. But she has that stress because you guys aren't treating or taking care of what you guys need to take care of, and that is homelessness, and it is ending homelessness. The last thing I want to say is that for those watching over Zoom, the mayor, HPs, and whoever else that has a problem with my mother Des and has said things like, I wish she disappears, and sending threats, I do not appreciate it, because she is a mother also. She has 2 kids who need her at the end of the day, and I can't imagine losing her because you guys want her to shut up or stop holding you guys accountable. She is a mother and advocate, and she loves what she does as much as you guys love your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, I believe, Christopher.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, good morning. Wait, I'm trying to unlock my phone. Okay, so Howard Zinn once said that the cry of the poor is not always just, but if you don't listen to it, you'll never know what justice is. And so good morning again. My name is Christopher Washington, and I'm a Fresno community member in District 7. And I am commenting today on action item 1.0. The affordable multi-family units that will be built in District 7 are much needed and will help a lot of families within the district. And I'm happy to see this project move forward. However, we need projects such as these and more in the city of Fresno. City leaders must take immediate action towards long-term solutions aside from building affordable housing, such as rent stabilization, just eviction protections, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program. These policy recommendations have a proven track record of keeping people housed and will directly benefit residents by preventing or mitigating displacement. I also want the city of Fresno to host a special public meeting on housing and the Here to Stay report by the end of March. Furthermore, I urge city leaders to approve the top 10 policy recommendations identified in the report to support tenants and prevent displacement. As Fresno's rental and housing markets continue to top nationwide charts, putting residents at risk of having to leave the city they know and love, I ask city leaders to act fast to implement the policies recommended here in the Here to Stay report. Thank you.
Jalen Swink. And after Jalen, we'll have Guadalupe Ramirez.
Good morning. My name is Jalen Swank, and I am a delegate of the Miss Black America organization for Fresno, California, and I'm also a member of District 6, and I'm commenting on Action 1.0. Speaking to the issue of rent stabilization and preventing or mitigating displacement, I would just like to tell my own story. We can only afford our housing with 3 people, myself, my mother, and my cousin. 2 of us work for the state, myself and my mother. My mother's worked for the state for over 15 years. And we can only afford our housing being roommates. Our rent has gone up, and now we all have to move to another district. And I would just like to say that the quality of life is declining for everyone. And while the affordable multifamily apartments are great, I would like to also speak to the fact that what about us that don't fit those income requirements? We make a little bit too much to be in affordable housing, but we still can't afford our housing. And I also would like to raise the issue of why is the affordable housing units only in, certain districts, instead of, I would like to see more affordable housing in District 6, where I grew up basically my whole life over by Clovis West High School, where I graduated from. And so I just like to raise those issues and just to urge you to approve the top 10 policy recommendations identified in the report to support tenants and prevent displacement. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Guadalupe Ramirez, followed by Lauren Hubbard. So Guadalupe Ramirez, please come on down.
Buenos días.
Bienvenidos.
Mi nombre es Guadalupe y yo pues estoy aquí, ¿verdad? Pues gracias por escucharnos y yo soy una mamá de 2 hijos y ahorita pues la condición donde nosotros estamos viviendo pues muy pequeño y yo pues estoy embarazada de nuevo y ya no vamos a caber en ese
We
lugar
are not
porque
going to fit
es
in
un
this
departamento
apartment.
y,
It is an apartment.
y las condiciones que
And
vivimos
the conditions
pues
that we
no es que
live
dijéramos
through,
es un lugar
it's not that
mejor,
we
¿verdad?
say
Porque
it is a better place because
no está muy supervisado
it's
por los
not well
renteros o ya
supervised
sea
by
por el
those
condado
who
de
rent
Fresno de que
or by the
necesitamos
county
que
of
tenga
Fresno
más supervisión
that we need
porque
to
nos
have
están
more
subiendo la
supervision
renta mes en
because
mes
the rent is
o
being
ya sea
increased
cada año
month by
pero nos
month
están subiendo
or
pero
every year,
la
but it's being
supervisión es
increased
lo mismo
and the supervision
en
is the
malas
same.
condiciones
In bad conditions. or
Can I
bad
call a
maintenance,
timeout,
it's not
please?
okay.
I can't understand anybody at the present moment. Thank you.
No puedo entender a nadie, perdón, en el momento.
Right. If we could speak in small.
Si podemos hablar en
Council
pequeñas
President
frases.
Esparza, would you
El
be able
concejal
to
Esparza,
ask the speaker to speak in small
puede
sentences so the
que pedirle-
translator can come across?
Yes, si hablas y van a traducir un poquito a poquito.
está bien bueno como le estoy diciendo verdad de
as I was saying again,
nuestra condición es donde
our
vivimos no
conditions
es un
where
lugar
we
para
live in, it is not
habitar
a place where to live, actually.
y no nomás soy yo como mamá,
it's not
sino
only me
habemos
as a mom,
muchas personas
but
como
we are many
trabajadores de
people
campo
as
que ellos son esenciales en
workers,
este país
farmers,
y que
farming
igual
workers,
como
we
yo
are essential in this
viven
country, and just like me,
en un hogar viven 3
we
familias
live in a home, we
para
have
poder
3
cubrir
families
el gasto de la renta porque
to
pues
cover the rent
ahorita lo
expense.
están subiendo demasiado
Because right
caro.
now, the increase is
Entonces
too high.
hay 3 familias, unos que
There are
tienen 2
3
hijos,
families,
3
some
hijos
have 2 kids,
y
3
tienen que
kids,
compartir la
and they
vivienda
have
para
to share the
Señora
house.
Guadalupe, si puede dar su testimonio y luego tomar una pequeña pausa para que pueda traducir el señor
está muy
Pérez.
bien, gracias.
Por favor,
Ok.
gracias. Siga, por
Take a pause. Okay.
Pero no nomás soy yo, habemos más
So it's
familiares
not only
como
me.
familia
We have-
trabajadores de campo esenciales que también ellos se merecen un lugar digno para vivir y que tenga condiciones bien.
Sí, por favor, siga con su testimonio.
Gracias. Pues lo que le estoy diciendo, ¿verdad? Es de que pues nosotros también merecemos vivir un lugar bien, tanto para nosotros como para nuestros hijos. Y lo que queremos es de que esté más supervisado para que pues que tengamos una condición digna para vivir. Muchas gracias.
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 Y una disculpa, señora Guadalupe, por esa traducción que se enredó.
Okay, so next up, we have Lauren Hubbard. And that is my last card. So if you are planning to speak and you have not spoken yet, please fill out a yellow card, bring it on up, and we will make sure you get your 2 minutes or punch up on Zoom.
Hello, members of this Fresno City Council. How are you? I am Lauren Hubbard. I'm a resident of District 6, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our unhoused residents because that's what they are. They are residents. Seems to me like everyone's forgotten that those who are homeless are human beings too, and that every day many of us drive past them and don't see them as individuals. It seems like our society doesn't care anymore what has happened to the love that we should be having for our fellow human beings. I just want to point out to this council that it's not a question of resources, but priorities. The summary of the 2021 homeless service investments, the report that the Fresno City Council received, stated that the Fresno community has received more than $143 million in the past 30 months in state and federal funding to address housing and services for the unhoused. The report states that some of this funding has been allocated to the city, by the city, to do some of this work, and we've seen it, and it's been helpful. But we can do more, and we must do more. In addition, the American Rescue Plan provided the city with $173 million and the county with an additional $192 million in funding that can be used for housing and services. And there's more funding on the way. The most fundamental charge of our social contract is to take care of those who are incapable of caring for themselves. And I know the majority of the members on this council want to do better. We deserve better, and I know you're going to deliver it. Thank you.
Okay, so that's going to conclude our public comment, both for unscheduled communication as well as the public comments on the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll go ahead. All right, so we have a motion by Council Vice President Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Chavez. I believe we don't have any members on Zoom. Is there any opposition to approving the balance of the consent agenda? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Would just like to say before we proceed with the rest of the agenda that the apartments that we're building in District 7, we're doing those in record timing, 78 units of affordable housing at Clinton and Blackstone Avenue, the southwest corner. That project first came to my attention last summer when we were doing the budget. The city allocated $3 million for a loan to support that project. And because of our support, the developer, affordable housing developer, was able to get the state tax credits and proceed with the project. So we'll be breaking ground on that, hopefully by this spring. And again, that's record timing from really us passing our support and committing resources in late June of 21 to now hopefully breaking ground in late spring of this year. You never see that level of timing. So very proud of that project, and I appreciate my colleagues, all of you, for supporting that housing project.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I also want to, I just want to comment on a couple of things that people were saying. You know, I think City Manager, Mr. Barfield, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars, I believe, on the housing situation, helping people in terms of their issues with tenancy, paying off water bills and electric bills to the tune of millions of dollars. We have many people who come here saying that we need to be doing more in terms of mental health services. We are not the mental health department. The city of Fresno does not have a mental health department. The Fresno County does. The county provides social services and mental health services. And I encourage those who truly are homeless and want mental health services to seek those services at Fresno County. They receive funding to provide those services, and they're available. Same thing with drug addiction. There are drug programs at the county to help people stop using drugs. If you want to get off the streets and you're using drugs, I have a solution. Stop using drugs. Get yourself help, seek out the services at the county, and stop using drugs. Because you're not going to improve your life if you're using drugs. It's just not going to happen. We can provide all kinds of housing for you, but if you're using drugs, you're not going to progress and do well. It's just not going to happen. If you're unemployed, I would encourage you to find employment. As of December 2021, there were 11 million job openings in the United States. There are restaurants that have closed in Fresno, the city of Fresno, because they can't get help. So I would encourage those who are coming here week after week to the council demanding that we provide mental health services and drug services and all of these services that are already being provided through the county to understand that we, the city of Fresno, are doing the things that we can do to help in terms of assisting with creating more housing. And it's not just simply more money, it's changing regulations that come out of Sacramento to allow developers to build more housing. It's a complicated problem in terms of building more housing. It's not just simply money. That they understand that there's another service agency, the county, that can provide mental health and drug treatment services. So they can continue to come here and demand that we provide that, but we don't have a mental health department, and we don't have a drug treatment department here in the city of Fresno. Now, we may have people up here who want to create it. I don't want to create it, but we don't have those services here. And the bottom line is also, if you want to get help, I suggest people also help themselves out of this situation. There are plenty of people who have been homeless, who have stopped using drugs, who have sought help, and have gotten their lives together. Government cannot be the solution to every problem. I hate to tell people that because a lot of people, and some of them up here, think government is the answer to everything. It is not. You have to help yourself in order to get out of the situation or the nightmare of drugs or the struggles with mental health needs. And there are people out there who truly can provide that help and those services. So I encourage people to seek those. So again, we're going to do everything we can. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars to assist with paying off bills and trying to provide affordable housing. Some of the affordable housing I don't think is really that affordable in terms of what the taxpayer has to pay for it, but we still try to provide those services and try to build housing for people. So again, my message is there are opportunities to get help, but you have to seek those out. And many of the drug treatment and mental health services are at the county, and they are available, and I encourage people to pursue those.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. I would also add that I have said thus far, both privately in meetings with some of the folks you heard speak today, as well as publicly in the media, that I will be holding a special session of the City Council in April to discuss housing. So we'll take on certain workshop items, such as the housing elements, the report that was referred to in the public comments, as well as the mayor's housing plan. So I do think that housing deserves its own set-aside time. It's too important of a topic. And so we will be holding that meeting sometime in April. Date is pending. We're following the mayor's housing plan and how that's proceeding with the subset of the council members that are participating in that committee as well. So although we have the ability to call a special meeting within 24 hours, obviously for something like this where we do have advance notice, we will give as much advance notice as possible to residents and the public so they can come participate, listen in and speak when we do hold those workshops on a separate day. Our council meetings have gotten to be pretty long, and so again, we have this set aside time on a separate day. We can kind of chew into housing. What I'd like council to do at that time is really kind of filter through, sort through these different policies that are presented to us and the different reports, and kind of narrow down policy-wise what direction we're going to go in terms of the housing crisis that the city is experiencing. So again, I just wanted to put that out there again publicly that I had committed already, privately and publicly already, to holding a special meeting in April. City Manager, I see you had punched up.
Yes, thank you, Council President. To follow on some of the comments, We do participate jointly with the county and other entities on discussing homeless issues. We actually just had a meeting yesterday because dealing with our unhoused residents is a community effort. It's not just the city of Fresno. Given the discussions about wraparound services, mental health services, substance abuse services, I had a conversation with the county CAO, and I talked about, we spend a lot of time on public comment on this issue, and I said, how much time is spent in your board meetings? I was shocked to hear that none of the advocates that are here demanding substance abuse, mental health services attend the county board meetings. So obviously, we have been focused on the housing component, and for purposes of the motels that we've been converting with our partners, the service provider engagement. But I believe one of the speakers actually discussed in our PowerPoint that we did an update to the council in January, $140 million into this community for homeless type activities and services. I don't even think that includes, that's the housing authority, that's us, that's the county, that's the continuum of care. Our portion has been about $60 million, and I think we have demonstrated by the number of motel rooms that we have brought online. Councilmember Arias always raises the issue, and I think it's good to note it here today, of where we were a year ago, 18 months ago, versus today. We are actually bringing rooms online to get people sheltered. There are other parties and that also have a role in it, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying we don't get the resources for all of those other activities. So I wanted to note that, and also to follow what Council President said with regard to the Mayor's One Housing Plan. Members of this council, the Housing Authority, some external stakeholders have been meeting every week to develop the housing plan, the Mayor's One Fresno Housing Plan, and the strategy, which and in the coming weeks, we will be engaging the housing the advocates themselves. And that plan is looking to cover the types of housing that is needed, the affordability, identifying policies to bring to the council, funding sources. We know there are tens of millions of dollars
Council President, point of order. I don't feel like going to jail for Brown Act violations. I think we're steering off the topic on hand on the agenda.
I think I'm just responding to the public comment.
Well, so the city attorney has asked us to stay on track. And it's been purely advisory. I think it's purely advisory in terms of just talking about what we'll be talking about in the future, not getting into any substance. But
okay, got it.
We'll stay on track here.
Okay, can I just add one last thing? There was a lot of discussion about the displacement report. And I heard the pleading for us to follow the recommendations in the displacement report. There's one very critical component that is missing from that. And as part of the scope of work of that report, there was to be an analytical tool, which is a GIS-based tool, which has maps that layers housing stock, the parameters, where the rent variables are, where the displacement vulnerabilities are, and we have yet to receive that from our contractor. So anyway, we're looking forward to receiving that, and if any of our advocates can help us with advocating to have us receive that, that would be wonderful. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bradford, that's why you punched up. You have anything?
One other thing that I just want to say in terms of the drug issue that's mentioned in the wraparound services, and I've alluded to this before, every week over the weekend, state-sponsored outside of Roding Park, they are giving out, the state is giving out 20,000 needles, free needles. Of course, free is not free, it's paid by the taxpayer, but they're in a needle exchange. So that's 1 million needles every year in Fresno County. That's not helping our drug problem or the folks who are homeless and getting needles to continue their drug habit. It's an insane policy, as we all talk about trying to stop drugs, and yet we have state-sponsored people getting needles. Of course, we also have a president who wants to hand out crack pipes, too. So none of this makes any sense if we really want to get serious about helping people stopping using drugs.
Okay. All right. That'll conclude consent. Let's go ahead and, let's see, 11:33. We got about 30 minutes. Let's dive into item 1Q and contested consent. Councilmember Maxwell, Council Vice President Maxwell, I believe you had pulled this item.
Thank you, Council President. Hey, good morning, Deputy Chief. How are you, sir?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for being present for this item. Just for the public's edification, this is a resolution authorizing approval of $31,844 in grant funding from the State of California Department of Park and Recreation for the Fresno Police Department's 2021 off-highway vehicle grant. So the reason I pulled this, and just to be frank with you, Deputy Chief, off of the first reading of this, it didn't sound like something that I'm going to be supportive of. And the reason that I'm saying that is because it sounds like I'm being asked to support a special unit, specifically a special type of bike unit to patrol the river bottom, when around this time last year, I had my El Dorado Park bicycle unit pulled from that neighborhood and had developed a very good relationship and saw a drop in crime when they were able to do the proactive policing. And was told around the same time that with the guarantee of the Fresno Police Department to increase the police numbers, that we would see a restoration of that bicycle unit. Last meeting that we had in February, I was essentially told that's nowhere on the horizon. And so I want to hear from you, see if you could change my mind. I mean, right now I'm not inclined to support it for those reasons, Deputy Chief. It's nothing personal other than I feel like I'm being asked to put my district's priorities on the back burner while we are essentially having officers use their time to patrol the river bottom.
And that's a legitimate concern. I want to address that, and I hope I can change your mind. We've had this grant since 2014. It's actually been around since 1974. And what it is it looks at two important components that maybe a bike unit wouldn't address. One of those is the conservancy of the San Joaquin River area and other open spaces in Fresno. Now, as you know, there's no OHV allowed areas in Fresno, and what we've seen over the last several years has been a concentration into the San Joaquin Parkway area. That's about 6,000 square acres of land that goes all the way from 41 all the way through Willow. And so that's a big area. And so what we've seen as a result of that activity is people taking basically illegal motor vehicles down and creating fire hazards and other things. So what the state has done is said with the Parks and Recreation grant a very specific thing, which is put law enforcement officers there. And what we do is two components. One is an education component about natural resources and respect for the land. The other part is really enforcing some of the laws that are happening there. Not encampments or homeless at any rate. It's always about motor vehicles. So this is a very specific one, which is why it's titled Off-Highway Vehicle Grant. So it's a very narrow focus for us. And we're not supplanting our efforts in that area. We have two officers that are trained, especially trained on a dirt bike, because it takes that from the state. But we've also bought two UTVs with the same grant funds over the past couple of years that allow us to take officers into those areas and actually give us more of a presence. So this requires a match of about 25%, which is just over $10,000. So that is the time that we normally spend in there. The augmentation is for overtime. So what we are able to do is take our day shift motors that work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and they work school zones and traffic on basically workflow. We're able to take those folks on Saturdays and Sundays when we don't have a presence, but when the highest use is, and actually put them there in UTVs to make sure that we're accomplishing that task.
May I ask a point of clarification? My understanding is that it's two dedicated officers. I'm trying to understand the
Sure.
on-time versus overtime and what percentage of the overall duties of these officers are dedicated to this purpose, Deputy.
So right now we have two people that are trained specially to ride the dirt bikes, and they're certified to do that through the state. It takes special training, and we have two motorcycles that have been doing that for the last 8 years. What we do is we augment that with those UTVs, and now we can take other officers to do that as well on an overtime basis. So the amount of time that we spend on those dirt bikes is relatively small. I've got 29 working motors that do every part of the city. So what we do is we look at what our workload is, what some of the special events are, and we take those two officers and assign them to the river bottom, typically on a Friday afternoon when it starts to pick up. So we try to use the amount of time when there's going to be more people in that area to use it. We used to deploy them over at Francis Creek, but since we put the police station there, that's an open space area that we used to have some UTVs and some issues with people taking motors, not so much motorcycles, but go-karts in that area. Since we put the station there, we haven't had that issue. So the police presence really does help. It minimizes the risk for fire, and we see some pretty horrific fires down there. And because of the unhoused people that actually live in that area, they're at risk, they're at greater risk. So we're able to kind of mitigate some of that by using overtime, in this case, through the OHV grant, to put people there on Saturdays and Sundays when we normally couldn't.
So 100% of this grant will be used for overtime purposes?
It will.
With a 10% match from the police department's coffers?
Yeah, the 10% is going to be, and what we've used in the past is those 2 officers that are trained in the off-road vehicles to actually go down there on duty time. So that's where our match comes in.
Okay, a couple more questions, Deputy
Certainly.
Chief. I know there's multiple jurisdictions. I think you've explained this to my staff before. We have the Conservancy, we have the county, and we have the city, which I would imagine probably takes up the least physical space of ownership of that property. So are we subsidizing the county and the state here? Why isn't the state putting folks on that river? Why isn't the county putting forward some resources to patrol that river? I feel like we as a city do this a lot for the county, for other local municipalities. We subsidize them, and that's kind of what this seems like. I mean, it sounds like we're trying to do a good thing. I don't contest the reason you want to put them there. But, I mean, what portion of this property is actually under city jurisdiction?
The easiest way to answer that question is to go to the land use map that DARM has put out. And you'll see the green area up at top in the north area is that San Joaquin River Parkway. So the 3 jurisdictions that we talked about was, one, the river itself. That has what's called the Swift Water Rescue Sheriff's Department boat crew that does that. More often in the summer when the flow is a little bit higher and they can get navigable waters and boats through there. The second one is the Conservancy itself. We're right now in negotiations with them to put a mounted presence kind of in that area. We're going through some of the details right now of making that possible. That's also a good use of our mounted unit. And then the third one is our motor unit and those specialized UTVs that we put down there. So there's 3 jurisdictions. 2019 was a good case where Swift Water Rescue, which we don't have, the Sheriff's Department came in 3 times that time, January, I think it was June 1st, June 16th, and September 11th, and did some extractions. A lot of those got publicity. We don't have that capacity, but we work with Fresno Fire to do some of those rescues. So that's their jurisdiction, is the water. On the other side, we also get help from Madera County on occasion, who also has patrols on the north side, but they'll also participate in those rescues. So for primary law enforcement responsibilities south of the river, that's us. We don't see Fresno County there. Hopefully we can work out something with the Conservancy and get a mounted patrol unit down there, which will help dramatically and also kind of augment our OHV grants.
Councilmember, if I can just add something to what Deputy Chief
I
said.
do have a couple more questions
okay,
after
okay.
that, but please
Thank
go
you.
ahead, City Manager.
Oh,
I just want to reserve time for a couple more after your question.
Oh, I was just going to also address on the jurisdictional issue. Unfortunately, if there is a fire that occurs because of these activities, it's just the city that has the residences. So on the other side, it's pretty uninhabited on the Madera side, and there's not any sort of county structures. It would be city residents that would be impacted by the fire coming up the bluff and burning down those homes, which did happen a few years ago. I just wanted to add that one point on jurisdiction.
I appreciate that clarification. The fact that this is outside money for overtime and not on duty does help make it more digestible. How many overtime hours is this going to allow for? What does it come out to? How long is this going to last?
That's a wonderful question. It really depends on the step that the motor officer that's going to be using the overtime is at currently. So it can fluctuate because we have now all the way up to I step. So typically C step or better. I could get you that figure.
Do you have a ballpark? I mean, we talking weeks, months, a year?
Based on our new salary, which I thank you very much for.
Yeah. You're welcome.
We're probably in the weeks, my guess would be. And what we try to do is target specific times, like 4th of July is a big time down there. anytime we have big events down there at the Conservancy. So we try to match our available hours in the river bottom with some big events.
And these get regularly filled by officers?
They do, yes.
This is not a facetious question, Deputy Chief. This is a sincere question that I have. This grant is in the amount of $31,844 for overtime pay. If I were to make an offer to the Fresno Police Department to give you a check as soon as possible from my office to allow for overtime positions in the El Dorado Park, Sierra Madre, and Fashion Fair neighborhoods, are you open to that conversation? Because I'm serious about getting my guys back, and if that money has to come from my office, I will find a way to make that happen.
And, you know, I sincerely appreciate the offer. Right now, what we do have is something that's very similar that we're doing. We have trained extra people, not currently assigned to a bike unit. We've trained more people in our agency to ride bikes. So as staffing permits, especially on Wednesdays and weekends, we've had people in that area. Now, that's not a permanent assignment for them, but it's something that we're doing and we're doing more of. Our staffing is getting better. The chief has made a commitment that he's going to put back bicycle patrols the minute we can.
And I appreciate that,
yes.
and I
Yes.
believe him, but I'm talking right now just overtime, Deputy. Is there something that we can do to create an overtime incentive for that neighborhood? And I'm willing to pay for the exact dollar amount that we have here on the agenda today for various, you know, this, you said it's only going to last weeks, and I assume you're going to strategically put folks by the river, 4th of July and certain holidays or special events.
Right.
I want to do something like that in El Dorado Park.
You know what?
Councilmember, we'll consider it. Let's talk.
Yeah.
We're open to it.
I'll tell you what, Deputy Chief, supporting this today, yes, but just to be upfront with you, I do not plan on supporting any items that were to come forward that would ask me to authorize money for on-time special units, whether that's horseback or bicycles or ATV, that's inside or outside money, that's not overtime. Until I see that restoration of my bicycle unit. This is grant funds, this is overtime. That makes this easier for me to give the okay on, so I will support it today, but we'll be meeting with the city manager in the next 24, 48 hours to have that conversation, and just want you to keep that in mind going forward, where what my position is on these special units at this time.
I understand.
Is that fair enough,
I will
Deputy?
bring it up with the chief the minute he gets back into town, but I appreciate the offer. That's huge, and it's something we'll consider.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
No worries.
I'll
Any
make
other
a motion
questions?
to approve.
So we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Carbasi?
I'll second it, but Deputy Chief, I'm sorry. So just to offer some context to the public, opening up the San Joaquin River and the Conservancy for public access has been generations in the making. And your office, specifically you, have been very helpful to try to help us to create that safe environment so people can feel safe, because this 22-mile Conservancy, it goes all the way from Bryant Dam all the way to Camp Bashan. The Conservancy entered into an agreement with Building Healthy Communities, which was here this morning, to provide, safe, accessible spaces for kids all over this entire community from the Fresno site to access the river. Unfortunately, you mentioned, for example, July 4th. So at the Milburn Overlook, which is going to be part of the area they're going to oversee, there was a fire on July 3rd because people were out there July 3rd and July 4th and doing whatever they did, and they launched a firework and it caused a fire. Fortunately, there was a bit of a break, so it didn't go to the homes. But we do have a lot of challenges actually accessing our fire engines and trucks down there, because if there's a fire on the bluff, it can travel and then it becomes the city's problem. So thank you for being supportive. If anyone says you don't support the fire department, that's not true. But the other big issue is we want to encourage with COVID for our residents to be able to access these public spaces, especially the river. We are a waterfront community. But I actually share the same frustration my colleague shares, because street racing has been a problem. But we've been able to work with the state, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department for Stay Safe, Don't Race. Thank you for that, by the way. And then what's always an issue is around our schools. Sometimes it's the parents, I don't want to say anything, but we do have issues which are safety issues, like around Star or Crowd Elementary, which are in my district as well. So it's tough because we have to balance our priorities. And I get it, because safety of Fashion Fair is absolutely important. There is a shopping center right along the river, and I've had to go out there and meet with the owner last week because one of the tenants left, and they cited the problem is vagrants and homeless coming and harassing the business. They've moved somewhere else now. Now, I don't want to criminalize someone just because they're homeless. They may have a substance abuse issue, mental health issue, but they get very territorial down there. And you can't expect regular folks next to a preschool to be able to interact with that. We need some kind of presence. So I really appreciate you applying for this. I think it's going to go a long way to help not just, Woodward Park doesn't serve just that area. It serves the entire city. The river will serve the entire region. So thank you for your help, not only combating the street racing, but also increasing access for all our residents at the San Joaquin River Conservancy. As a member of the Conservancy, I can say we're very grateful to you for that too. So I appreciate your support, and I also support your desire to make sure certain parts are safe. Fashion Fair is as a business person, economic hub. It's got to be kept safe, so I look forward to helping you with that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias?
Deputy, I'm going to take a different approach. So I've had multiple conversations with the former city manager, the current mayor, the current city manager, the former police chief, the current police chief, about our ability to provide consistent and daily patrols in the place where we intentionally house nearly 1,000 homeless residents in Motel Drive. And the answer I continue to receive is there is enough bodies and resources to do that. I've asked for contracted policing paid for by homeless funds or general funds from the city, and I'm told there is enough bodies to do that contracted policing. I've asked for bodies on overtime, told there isn't the resources given the priority of the police department to address violent crimes. So I find myself in this place where we have bodies to patrol a river bottom, but we don't have bodies to provide patrols to a neighborhood which has, accepted 1,000 homeless residents to be housed near their area. We've had the same conversations over downtown, and I've been promised that once we get all these new officers, once you approve a pay hike, once you approve more bodies, once you approve the mid-year budget, once you approve the next budget, magically these bodies would become available. So I'm gonna just be very frank, I'm not supporting this item until the city can demonstrate that it can prioritize patrols in the place and the neighborhoods in which we have intentionally housed homeless residents, and we know that there is a possibility for a neighborhood impact. I fully recognize that it is your job and the police chief's job to prioritize police resources for violent crimes, but I am not aware of any violent crimes taking place in the river bottom. I am aware of violent crimes taking place around encampments and shelters. So I won't be supporting this item, and I will be very critical about police resources going forward if we don't see the bodies in the patrols, in the contracted policing in the areas of high priority based on crime data. And in this case, there is no crime data to support the prioritization of a river bottom over a location where 1,000 homeless residents are being sheltered, and we know drug traffickers come, human trafficking comes within that vicinity. So thank you for the time and appreciate it.
Council member, can I ask a serious question too? You've been able to say a lot today, and I've been pretty quiet so far. But it's difficult for me, because how can you look at the deputy chief and complain about not having enough coverage when you've been a constant champion to defund the police department? I don't understand that. So,
Council member, I would ask you to provide evidence of when I have advocated to defund the police. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I have voted to approve the budget, the police budget. You have voted against the latest budget that added more police officers to the department. We have voted to give our officers the highest pay rate, make them the highest paid in the valley floor. We have voted to increase the police budget every single year. So outside of the KMJ echo chambers, I would ask that you provide evidence where I have said we should defund the police.
Sure. And, and now I know why Michael Hansen hired you. You're a great manipulator at the public persona. So I voted against that ridiculous budget because it didn't go far enough to fund PD. This is before crime was at record levels, but it was creeping up. And I'm not ashamed of that. I told folks, no new cops, no budget. I won't vote for a joke budget. I'm glad to see that because of certain people that are champions for safety in all neighborhoods in this town, that we voted to increase the salaries long overdue for our public safety officers in the police and fire department. But what I would say is, forget KMJ. If you just ask people out there who are the big champions against PD, and look, you're the one that went to a protest to defund PD, not me. That's in the Fresno Bee. So I think our actions and our words speak strongly. But look, I think of myself as a regular resident. I still have one foot out. And I just get tired of the hypocrisy, sir. I'm just so tired of people that flip the switch because violent crime went up and now all of a sudden they love PD. So I think if you ask our rank and file officers, they'll know who really supports PD and who takes advantage of them.
All right, Councilmember Soria, you are the last one punched up.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Deputy Chief, for explaining what the dollars will do and giving us a little bit of context in terms of the fact that we've received this grant for the last few years. And I think that it's pretty clear in terms of the frustration that is up on this dais. I think we talked about it. We've been talking about it for not just the last couple months, but over the last, maybe a couple years since the pandemic and the numbers that keep creeping up. I think the frustration is expressed because our residents are experiencing that same frustration and they're vocalizing it to us, and we were elected to represent our constituents. And so, yes, in the last couple years and more recently, in certain areas that hadn't experienced the level of crime that they're experiencing, people are frustrated. So it is interesting, obviously, to see how we continue to invest these dollars, to patrol certain areas and how we guarantee. But I think that what we want to see is to make sure that we are similarly figuring out, and I know that the chief committed to bringing a plan in May, figuring out how to prioritize given based on some of the stats. We talk about, economic centers in our community and the importance, the Tower area being one where we've experienced recent shootings that we had not seen in at least the time that I've been elected office until more recently. And so the community is frustrated. And so because, we're feeling the frustration that the community feels, I think that that's what you're hearing today. I've consistently been asking for bike patrols. I was the actual council member that championed bringing bike patrols back into the city of Fresno. And so, when our neighborhood gets them and then they get taken away, people get frustrated because what you said earlier, that presence does matter. And we recognize that. And so I know that a commitment was made a couple weeks ago that bike cops were going to come back in the Tower District. I yet to see them, and we're about 10 days in. And so I want to make sure that those commitments that are being made in public are truly being fulfilled, and that we, do meet that timeline that the chief mentioned a few weeks ago with bringing a safety plan that's going to address, I think, the challenges that folks up here are beginning to be frustrated about. And so, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. I obviously want to make sure that my neighborhood is treated very similar to, the fact that we're going after dollars to ensure that this area that is an important place for the city of Fresno and for all the city that is safe. But also similarly, we have areas like the Tower, Fresno High, or where El Dorado Park or other parks. I just recently got complaints about folks in Lions Park and them feeling like they can't take their kids to the park because not just of the unhoused issues, but of the other crime element that is happening. So I just want to make sure that we're being intentional and that you guys are hearing us loud and clear when it comes to the resources. Thank you.
No problem. And thank you for your comments, and I appreciate the concerns and frustrations. I really do, and I share those with you. In my 30 years almost with Fresno PD, I know I look like I've been here 60, but actually it's only 30. I have never seen patrol staffing as it is today. A year ago, the chief made a commitment that he was going to increase patrol staffing, which is our primary responsibility. Yesterday, it was 328. I've never seen that in 30 years. So we're headed in the right direction. We're getting towards those promises. If Chief Balderrama makes a promise to you or a commitment, he's going to keep it. And I've seen part of the downtown safety plan. I've seen the uptick in trained personnel that can get on bikes, and as soon as we have the capacity to do that, we're going to do that. And that's an important part, and we understand the utility in having bike officers in the tower as well as El Dorado Park. So when he makes a commitment, he's good for it, and we're going to get there.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any opposition to approving item 1Q? Seeing none. Oh, wait, one no vote. So we have one no vote from Councilmember Arias. So item passes 6-1. And that takes us till 11:59. Good job, everybody. We will come back here at 1:30 p.m. to finish off the rest of the meeting. Resume the meeting. It is 1:37. Clerk, you had a couple of points you wanted to make. You have the floor.
Certainly, thank you. So first off, we have noticed that on our city website, the video stream is currently paused, but as you can see, we are fine on Zoom and CMAC and Facebook and YouTube. The live video is up on those outlets, so we're just experiencing some small problem with the video on the city's website. Participation is still available through Zoom and in the council chambers. And I would also like to note how important it is to have every member of the community heard when they are here, and we have had some slight technical issues when it has come to our translation. We have made several phone calls, and we are working diligently to make this as smooth a process as possible, so I apologize for the people that were inconvenienced today when we had some hiccups with our translation. Just know the clerk's office is working on it, and we will get that smoothed out for everybody. That's all. Thank you.
Great. We are still on the contested consent calendar. We are on item 1Z, amending section 12-4.1603 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to fee waiver program for certain residential infill projects. This is sponsored by Councilmember Arias and was pulled by Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Bradford?
Yep. Okay, just a couple of questions. So in reading this, it seems that this would apply to only certain areas of the city. So I'm wondering, we have infill projects, areas in District 6 and District 2 that have a need, obviously, to have infill, would want these same incentives, but does this preclude that based on the additional requirements that have been put on this?
So the city clerk has put the map that is referred to in the resolution up on the screen.
Okay.
So the areas identified, oh gosh, the print's too small. I believe the infill opportunity zone, the yellow, the BRT corridors, which I think are pinkish reddish, and the downtown planning area, which is the green color.
Okay. So
Unless city attorney can correct me if I misstated, I believe we're good. Those are the areas that would qualify.
okay. So looking at the map, then I do see that 6 would be included in being able to have these same benefits.
I'm sorry, I don't have the boundaries of your district
Oh,
memorized.
Bullard,
Oh, okay.
all the way
Okay, so if
up
it's within those
Blackstone.
colored areas I mentioned, then yes, it would. This is an exhibit in the general plan.
Okay.
So these weren't newly developed. This is a map that's been a part of the general plan for
Got
several
it.
years.
Okay, I'm okay with it. Councilman Arias, do you want to motion your,
A motion to approve?
I'll second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any, actually, no, we did public comment on this item during the morning as well. We did for all consent. Is there any opposition to approving item 1Z? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Moving on to item 1BB, also pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. This is sponsored by Councilmember Arias.
Okay, question for Jennifer Clark related to this item. I'm just wondering if staff has any issues, questions, concerns regarding this.
We do, and I'll let Jennifer articulate.
Okay.
Mike?
Testing, got it, okay. Sorry, I'm normally pretty loud.
Director, before you
Yeah.
begin, just wanted I heard from the clerk that we are back on the city website, live feed. So if folks missed it, if you weren't watching on Zoom or CMAC or one of the other platforms, we did vote on item 1Z, and that was approved 6-0. Just to reiterate for public. Please.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon. Jennifer Clark, Director, Planning and Development. Councilmember Bradford, thank you for the question. Over the past several years, the city and the Air District subject matter staff have been working really closely to improve our consultation process for entitlements to ensure that there is adequate evaluation and appropriate mitigation for any project that may have impacts to air quality. And as an assurance of this process, the city has been working to develop a draft letter which outlines and defines this process. So we believe that that letter is a better description of the process than a resolution or an MOU would be. And the reason that we believe that is because the city has sole authority to issue land use entitlements. The Air District is a responsible agency under CEQA, which gives them the authority to approve, deny, or change CEQA determinations and mitigation measures specifically related to air quality issues. The city currently consults with the Air District to ensure that their mitigation is incorporated within the discretionary documents, and the Air District is responsible for mitigation monitoring and reporting for measures within their authority. This proposed resolution would not only increase review time and staff resources for the city, but the Air District as well. Additionally, a committee of a responsible agency does not have any land use authority within the city of Fresno, and it would be fully at the discretion of the responsible agency, the Air District, to consult with any committee or other body within their review processes. So it doesn't prohibit them from discussing with their AB 617 committee. But the city should not codify any authority to or cede any authority to another agency or body outside of the city's processes. The city will continue to collaborate and consult with the Air District, and this resolution is not necessary to that process, in our opinion. We believe not only does it add time, but it's unnecessary, and the city should not be communicating directly with a committee of a responsible agency. That's really their authority to do, and they have absolutely every right to do that at this time.
So you're saying that this resolution is unnecessary in a sense because you're doing this anyway?
We are doing many of the things that are listed here. We're in the process of developing a letter that defines how that process currently works. Our staff meets with their staff monthly. We believe that it would not be prudent to have additional, in those staff meetings, to have additional council staff in those meetings, primarily because it could become a discretionary action of the city council later. So it makes more sense that the consultation is happening with the subject matter experts at that level to determine what, if any, CEQA needs to be completed, and what, if any, authority the Air District would have on specific decisions or specific mitigation. So we're currently meeting monthly. We currently, and have been for many years, we refer discretionary action to the Air District. If an initial study is required, the Air District provides information on what scoping should be in that for the purpose of determining impacts on air quality, emissions, et cetera. Then after a document is drafted and publicized, they absolutely provide feedback on those mitigation and monitoring. Additionally, there's language that says if there isn't a requirement for mitigation or for the Air District to comment, but that they are for compliance, if the Air District would like to have it, so for projects that are determined to be exempt from CEQA compliance review with the Air District is not required, but will be implemented if requested by the Air Pollution Control District. So that would be, again, up to them. If they would like to do additional measures above and beyond CEQA, that would be their responsibility.
Okay. Well, then I'll pass it to the council member sponsoring this.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Let me just start off with some basic background information, because I know not every council member is impacted by the new state policies, but in my district, primarily AB 617 mandates that our local area districts develop reduction plans, and specifically in South Central Fresno, where all the distribution centers are going. The territory is mostly made up of my district. Over the last couple of years, the air district, the air board at the state, the city, and the community steering committee have developed a reduction plan for South Central. Some of the deliverables already are underway with the planning department and others. But what we're attempting to do here is pretty simple. The resolution requests that staff do the following actions: that the air district will flag projects in the AB 617 territory in the city, that the city will notify the committee, the steering committee of residents of the projects via email. We're not asking for a whole lot of work, just the email that we all get when there's projects in our districts, and that comments from the air district will be received on all projects within the 617 territory, and that the planning director will only make determinations on a project once the air district has made comments or if they have failed to respond, which, as you all know, we don't have a governing representation on the air district board. They probably get thousands of our requests for feedback, and they only respond to a handful. And that this agreement come back to a council for final approval. We understand that the staff has been working on a letter, but we haven't seen the movement. This resolution mirrors what the letter should be encompassing. I'm happy to withdraw this item today and work with the administration on making sure that the letter does exactly what's expected of the city and the air district. And I want to give you just a brief scenario. You know, in 2019, we were notified that there was going to be a huge upgrade to the power plant in our district. They're going to bring in the latest technology, make it much cleaner, pretty significant. So, you know, we went through the process. Then we found out that the director had already approved such a significant project without publicly engaging communities, residents, and some of the advocates. So we ended up, you know, hurrying up, getting the advocates with the developers in the room. The developers were able to demonstrate to the advocates that this was the latest technology and it was going to be better for the area. And they, you know, eventually some of them became supportive, others didn't. But what we're trying to avoid is having to do that after the fact, where items come before this body and we ask for delays or for it to be tabled because the committees have not been informed or we haven't heard from the air district. We also struggle with the fact that we don't have a representative on the air board, so there's no way for them to prioritize giving us feedback. So we get caught in this space where advocates and residents blame the city for taking action on a project without air board comment, when it's up to the air board to determine whether they're going to comment on all these projects. So we want some clarity on how that process is going to work, and I'll be happy to work with the administration on getting that letter. I do recommend that it be an MOU versus simply a letter, because city managers come and go, and we don't want to, you know, we love the current city manager, but we want to make sure that whatever process we commit to under the state law of AB 617 continues irrespective of who the administrative team is. And when you simply do a letter versus an MOU adopted by the council, then there's room for interpretation. But with that, I'll be happy to withdraw the item, work with the administration on bringing something forward. But I do believe, and I will maintain my recommendation, that it's something that this body must approve so that we're all crystal clear about what process we're going to engage in with these projects up until we have a South Industrial specific plan that would clear the way on a lot of these mitigations. So keep in mind, council, that we have been approving industrial projects, huge warehouse distribution centers without a South Industrial specific plan. And that's created some, you know, feelings of us playing catch up and treating these one-off projects versus looking at the total impact as we're required to under state law of that whole region. So if it pleases the city manager, I'll make a motion to withdraw and we'll have conversations and bring something back to the council.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're tabling that item. Do we have a consensus on that? City Attorney, do we need a vote to table that? Okay. All right, so that was item 1BB, was tabled. We're now moving on to item 1CC. This item was sponsored by myself. I do intend also to table this item, but I do want to have the discussion just very briefly. As you know, at the one of the last meetings, we approved a certain amount of dollars, both in ARPA funding as well as general funds carryover. And so what I'd like to see is, again, the administration proceed with a process for getting these projects in the pipeline and getting this infrastructure built. As it turns out, the administration is in the process of doing this work already. And so I don't think this resolution is necessary at this exact time, but I did want to take this opportunity here while we had the item on the agenda agendized to let my colleagues know that with redistricting, I know we all took in some new areas, lost some of our older areas that we used to previously represent. So if you do have any additional projects or just updates to your list that we originally submitted back in June of this last year, please submit those to the administration as they are conducting the cost estimates on all those different projects that we had submitted for our respective districts during June. City Manager, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Council President. I won't go on too long, but thank you. Yeah, when we were before you in January, we laid out the intention that due to resources and capacity that we would need to be outsourcing all of the work. That's going to be funded by ARPA and now the carryover dollars. So what the first step in the process is the prioritization of the projects. So since the budget was adopted, we have been working on estimates for all of the projects that you all submitted, approximately 200 million-ish. And clearly, we don't have that much money to spend. So we provided a preliminary spreadsheet to the council president. We were going to make a slight modification to it, and we will get that out to you early next week. If you could go through and you can see the projects that you previously submitted. Some of them we have estimates for, and then if you have corrections, additions, per the council president with your change in boundaries, that would be wonderful, and we'll proceed with getting those numbers and look forward to working with the council president and the appropriate committee to get those prioritized, because that's the first step to be able to move forward, is to know what we are going to go ahead and outsource. So we look forward to working with you on that, and our goal is the same as your goal, which is to get the work done as quickly as possible. Thank you.
And City Manager, that's going to go through the City Attorney's Office first as well, right? To filter out any projects that might not be applicable?
So I think between the Controller's Office and the City Attorney's Office, we've been working together on the eligibility issues, and yes, we will absolutely do that.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Councilmember Bradford, I know you had wanted to pull this item as well. Does that clarify? Okay, fantastic. All right, we're tabling item 1CC indefinitely. Again, it's not needed at this time. That will conclude the balance of the contested consent agenda. We've got a couple more items here, public items. We got lots of closed session left to do still. But public items, we have the 10:05 a.m. Hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of East Cavalan Avenue at South Rose Avenue in District 3. So at this time, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing, again, on the 10:05 item on the vacation of a portion of East Cavalan Avenue at South Rose Avenue. Do we have anyone who would like to conduct a public comment? Clerk, do we have folks online? Destiny, okay, we have Destiny Thomas online. Destiny, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd actually like to speak to another item that was covered earlier, but I wasn't able to provide public comment.
I'm not sure what item that was, but everything that we've heard so far and voted on has been consent, and we covered unscheduled communication and consents, public comments in the morning. So at this time, the only items left are just going to be this vacation, as well as a legal code enforcement asset report. Okay, no public comments. We'll go ahead and close the hearing for this vacation. Any comments from my colleagues or a motion?
Councilmember Arias, you want to make a motion? It's your district.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Chavez. Is there any opposition to approving the 10:05 a.m. item? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Let's move on to our last public item that's going to be sponsored by the City Attorney's Office, progress of code enforcement, including the asset quarterly report.
Yeah, Council, of course, this is not an action item. It's essentially a workshop. Christina is going to be presenting as she usually does. It's particularly in light of the discussion this morning, we're also going to have one of our outside counsel handling the EPP cases online and available, answer questions. Ina Shankar, if you have any questions of her on how that's going. So
thank you.
Christina is going to start us off.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Council President Esparza and council members. I am Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney, and we will be providing our code enforcement report to include the asset quarterly report. Starting off with rental housing and our asset program, Asset currently has 12 open cases with properties containing 217 rental units. That team also handles reactive rental housing cases. Currently, they have 312 active reactive rental housing cases. I have some slides showing some of the progress with Asset. This property right here on Leone in District 7 is an 8-unit complex. And the rehabilitation is in progress. As of February 22nd, 2022, only 2 exterior and 3 interior violations remain. As you can see, they've made some significant exterior improvements. Moving on to another property on Shields in District 1. This was an abandoned 4-unit apartment complex that had suffered several fires between October 2020 and February 2021. The city filed for a receivership on an emergency basis in December of 2020, and the receiver was appointed in February of 2021. The receiver was able to complete substantial rehabilitation themselves, and now they are in escrow with to sell the property to a new responsible owner. So here are some before and after photos of that property as well. We also have our proactive rental housing team, the rental housing inspection program that's hard at work. There are 86,350 individual rental units that are registered at more than 30,000 properties. Since the inception of the program, they've completed over 13,500 inspections. In-person inspections continue, and we also use virtual inspections when necessary, so that's been a great asset to that program. We wanted to provide an update on our mobile home parks process. Right here we have a map. Actually, it's really hard to see in the PowerPoint, unfortunately, but it shows all the mobile home parks in the city. So they're pretty spread out. And there are currently 27 parks with about 3,754 spaces throughout the city. They have 25 open reactive cases right now and 35 closed cases. And we just wanted to highlight that the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, will be coming into town on March 22nd and 23rd to conduct a kind of a pretty early evaluation of our program, see how things are going. That's going to include not only code enforcement, but also the building and safety who issues the permits and the finance department. So we wanted to highlight that. We will be conducting a maintenance inspection at Modern Mobile Home Park in District 5 on April 13th. And another maintenance inspection actually has been tentatively scheduled for May 25th at Westfall Mobile Home Park in District 7. Moving on to our community compliance unit. This is our council district teams. I've listed out current case numbers as of February 25th. Those teams are definitely busy. These numbers do not necessarily reflect the time or difficulty in resolving each case, and these cases vary from public nuisance all the way up to housing violations, so the level of complexity varies wildly. Also in community compliance, we have our inspector who is working on commercial vacant building inspections. Currently, that inspector has open cases at 46 properties. We were directed to start with an education, courtesy notices, so that phase has taken place. The the property owners that did not comply during that first phase have received notices, and they will start receiving citations if necessary if the properties are not brought into compliance. A couple other issues that affect community compliance often, but really all of our units that we wanted to highlight, are that obviously encampments are increasing, both in size and also in number, which increases the complication of those encampments. We just wanted to highlight one that's a current issue that we're dealing with along Dan Ronquillo Drive between Roding and West in District 3. That's a pretty recent aerial photograph of that encampment. The amendments to Fresno Municipal Code 10-611 that were recently enacted allow for code to issue notices to property owners with 10-day deadlines and increase the penalties after the first citation. So the goal is obviously for property owners to promptly and consistently maintain their properties. Another issue that's increasing in frequency is the need for a relocation plan. State law requires a property owner to pay relocation benefits to tenants if code enforcement determines that the property is uninhabitable. If the property owner does not pay, the city has the authority, we're not required to, but we may, under state law, advance the relocation costs and collect from the property owner. So I just wanted to highlight one recent property where tenants were living there while the property owner was starting to do major rehabilitation and construction inside the unit, and that was not inhabitable. All right, moving on to our special teams unit. First, the school area team, as you know, provides proactive code enforcement around schools. Currently, our SAT team is in 4 different neighborhoods: Fremont in District 1, Burroughs in District 7, Centennial in District 4, and Ainsworth in District 5. Here's a handy map. Again, it's hard to see on the PowerPoint, but it gives you an idea of where work has taken place. Those are active and completed neighborhoods from February 2020 to present. As always, our school area team coordinators are very active in the community, holding trailer events and providing valuable information. Here are just a few of the things that they did in November and December, getting out in the community. And I know often your offices accompany them on those trailer events, so those are great for the community. Here's a couple other highlights from the school area team, just some before and afters for the work that they've done. This was quite a big cleanup, really close to school property in the Calwin neighborhood. We also have under special teams our abatement team. It now includes 3 light equipment operators and actually 10 laborers have been hired. We're in the process of onboarding 3 of them. And since October 2021, the team has completed 119 abatements, including junk, rubbish, weeds, and board ups of vacant buildings, and a number of other cleanups as well. We wanted to highlight, obviously, between our tire team and our abatement team, our team is out there in the community cleaning up trash every single day. So we were actually able to turn in for the $1 Million Pound Challenge quite a bit of trash. So year to date for that team, just through February, is 327,600 pounds of trash. All right, and here's some highlights of the abatement team work. So this was a cleanup in District 2. Another cleanup in District 3, some more cleaning in District 5, and then a weed abatement in District 1. Our demolition team is extremely busy. Excuse me?
Can you confirm that? How much trash have you guys picked up?
So year to date, as of the end of February, is 327,600 pounds.
From first day of January?
Yes.
So in 2 months, we've picked up 300,000?
Yes, because it's a combination of our tire team and our abatement team.
Got it. And I recall the mayor set a goal of 1 million tons in a year. It looks like we're going to far exceed that just within the code enforcement team.
We're happy to help.
So there's plenty of trash to go around.
There is a lot.
And to be picked up.
Yes,
Thanks.
I'm sure we'll always find more. Our demolition team has been extremely busy. There's been obviously an increase in fires, unfortunately, that have been destroying buildings, and our team will be out there, assessing for hazards. So since the last code report in October, there have been 10 demolitions. 8 of those were completed directly by the city. And to be honest, this information is actually current as of when I prepared the report, which was a couple weeks ago, and I know there's been more since then. So I just want to make that caveat, but 8 completed by the city, 2 completed by the property owners with code enforcement oversight and motivation. That is obviously always the goal. We want property owners to step up, but we also know that if there are hazards in the city, that it's our responsibility to take care of those as well.
And Council, I want to step in. This is the item that you approved the contracts for this morning. Historically, we were doing demolition contracts 2 ways. Either ad hoc, when we had plenty of time to notice, we would do an individual bid process for each one, or we would do them on an emergency basis. Having approved the requirements contract, it'd all be covered in one contract. That is, I think it's a much better way to go. And also on recovering some of these costs. For example, the fire that occurred on Friday in Chinatown, that even to get that down to where it was not dangerous cost us $30,000. And so we're going to have a tentative plan where if it's over $25,000, if the owner doesn't step up and pay, we may put it on the assessment roll where it may take years to get paid, or we may file a lawsuit to collect it too. We're going to look at collection cases to get the city reimbursed much quicker than we have been.
And here's a couple highlights of the demolition work that's been done. This was actually one that was completed by the property owner in District 4 on Shaw. And here's one that was completed by the city in District 3. Also wanted to just highlight our tire team that continues to do excellent work. Since the last code report, they've collected 6,327 waste tires. They complete waste tire facility inspections. 171 have been conducted since the last report. And a tire amnesty event was held on January 22nd. An additional 1,134 waste tires were collected. As you might expect, that helps us with our volume for trash. But I also wanted to mention that we'll be sending more out on this, but another waste tire amnesty event has been scheduled for April 9th at Chandler Airport. Moving on to our legal team. Our legal team has been very busy continuing with research, warrants, receiverships, but we also handled the ABC CUP inspection program as well as the eviction protection program, so I wanted to highlight those. Our liquor store inspection program, or the ABCUPs, our inspector has inspected 275 businesses since the inception of the program last February. 46 notices of violation have been sent and 40 re-inspections have occurred. Our investigator is nearing the end of the businesses that we have the CUPs for, that we've located them. So we'll probably be able to report more on that once we get to that end. And then we also had mentioned, as Doug said, I wanted to highlight the eviction protection program, and we also have one of our outside counsel, Ina Shankar, on the Zoom in case there are questions or if you wanted to hear from her about the program. As you all know, the program launched last July. We provide, in the city, we screen the tenants and we pass them over to our outside counsel who will assume representation. Some of the people, they only need to provide advice, and some people, all the way up to representing them in court. So there's a wide range of duties that they take on in representing them. We also provide additional resources, including ERAP, housing resources, other referrals as necessary. As of February 24th, that should say 2022, I'm so sorry. The number of inquiries to the EPP was 466. Of those, 204 were referred to outside counsel. At that time, five cases had been dismissed at trial, and additional cases, increased move-out time, reduction of amount owed, and a big one that we really, I know our outside counsel focuses on, is making sure the cases result in no eviction proceeding on the defendant or on the tenant's record. That's a really important thing that, for them moving forward, getting housing, we really want to make sure that it's not ending up on their record. Like I said, I have Ina available if there are questions for her, or if she just wants to speak.
Council, would you like to hear from our outside counsel involved in the EVP?
I think we're okay for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll just move forward then. I also wanted to highlight our accounting team. We just in February 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the city held the first special assessment hearings in front of the administrative hearing officer that had been held in 2 years. Traditionally, those are held quarterly, so the volume was huge in cases that needed to be assessed. Our accounting team and our legal team worked tirelessly for weeks leading up to those hearings, and it was very busy during those hearings. And the end result was that the total amount to be assessed on the county tax rolls after the hearings is $1,972,232.40. Our accounting staff is very precise with their numbers. When I ask for amounts, they don't round. They give me the exact amount. So, but we were very impressed and proud of our accounting team and also our legal assistance on that because it was a huge endeavor.
And thank you, Mike Flores, for going through all those hearings and
Yes,
helping us catch up on
very
that.
much so. And we had some information about funding. I was going to pass that back over to Doug.
Oh, and the demolitions?
Yes.
Yeah, this was the item again that we talked about this morning. As you can tell, we're running well ahead of what we've spent in the past on demolitions. And what we will be spending in the future depends entirely upon what buildings burn and become dangerous, basically. There are other conditions where we might have to demo a building, but lately that's been the biggest problem. When a building burns, typically it destroys the roof and then the walls aren't supported. Like the one in Chinatown, the building was tall enough it could have fallen all the way across the street. And so something has to be done right away, and that duty falls upon code enforcement to take care of it. As far as the funding for that, as we had mentioned in our staff report for the demo contracts this morning, we will be taking that from what you had set aside for council projects. I believe there's about $500,000 left there, which should be enough for the rest of the fiscal year, and with leftover. But it really depends on how many buildings may need to be demolished. But we'll keep you updated if we're exhausting that.
If I may, City Attorney, and I've had this brief conversation with the City Manager, but it looks like it might require a broader discussion with the council at a future date. But a lot of these buildings that end up being set on fire and require demolition are as a result of homeless residents going in, trying to stay warm. Recently we had that rainstorm and cold storm that came through that resulted in a building in Chinatown being set afire, a historical building. I know we have our metrics on when we open up warming centers in the city. It's typically, I think, 30 degrees, below 30 degrees. But in the case, the current metrics don't consider if it's raining. And I want us to revisit when we open up, warming centers and cooling centers in the city, because when we don't do it, we're just gonna end up with more folks going to these empty commercial buildings and potentially setting them on fire and costing us more money on the demolition site. So I know there's a cost to operate a warming center, but I'm pretty sure it's below the cost of a demolition of a historical building. So I like to have the city staff just reevaluate whether those metrics need to be reconsidered, or whether you need more flexibility from this body to be able to open warming centers or cooling centers when they don't necessarily meet that very specific metric that we have currently in place.
Councilmember, without getting into too much detailing, getting in Brown Act cautions again, we need to revisit the whole program. Right now, both warming and cooling centers are operated by the Parks Department, who have no funding in the budget, which means their operating budget is being used, which then means less service to the rest of the constituents. But even more important, park staff are not trained to deal with our unhoused residents that are coming in. So I would like to look at a different way of providing this service in the future with more appropriately trained individuals handling it.
And I'm completely open to outsourcing the work, because I know we already have organizations on contract to serve the homeless, and their experience. And I will give credit. I visited the warming centers at Tetsi Wills each time that it was open, and your park staff is superb.
Yeah.
They're very good about de-escalating, letting people, self-regulate, and so they have done a great job, even though that's not their primary responsibility. But I do think we have to either commit resources in this upcoming budget and a different strategy, or else we're going to see more demolition funds being committed to make, to building.
Thank you.
Then, Council, one last item on the relocation item. Well, at some point, we may want to consider, do we want to have a program or a fund available for situations in which we find people living in a building that is dangerous, not habitable? And then we're faced with a situation we have to close the building so that nobody can live there, and it's either allow people to stay in a building that's not safe or possibly put them on the street. Do we want to provide for some kind of program or a fund to allow them to transition into something immediately so we're not faced with that difficult decision? Maybe we can discuss that when it comes budget time.
City Attorney, why can't we just simply provide them one of the open beds in the motel rooms that we have? Why isn't that coordination taking place with the, homeless staff?
I think that would be for the administration to answer.
City Manager, would it be a problem for us to rehouse folks in a substandard building that needs to be demolished into one of the open beds in the motel rooms instead of putting them out on the street?
I think we would definitely need to sit down and have a conversation because it's all going to be about timing. If we happen to have open beds at the time that there's an issue, I think we'd be open to discussing that. But what happens in the times when we don't have an open room and you have to immediately relocate someone? So we should probably sit down and have a conversation about it.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take it up to the Housing Committee to follow up with the administration.
It's a combination of displacement relocations. We're calling it the dislocation plan. I think that's all we had, wasn't it?
Yes, that's
Yes.
all we have, unless there are any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Council Vice President Maxwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think that your team does a fantastic job. I mean, you spent the last 20 minutes just going through every nuance of everything that you guys do, and it's a large portfolio. And I think that you guys continue to deliver on citywide projects and individual districts. I'm really grateful for my District 4 team, incredibly responsive, and on top of the many projects we throw their way. Appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's going to conclude our public session. City Attorney, will you announce the closed session items that we'll be going to hear?
Yes.
Long list.
I'm sorry. Yes, in closed session, and this will be all Zoom. We first have conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation, CMG construction management, also real estate negotiation concerning the UMC campus. For both of those items, Councilmember Chavez will be recusing himself as he lives nearby. Also, real property negotiation concerning the Ruelas applicant. Then we will be discussing conference with legal counsel, public security concerning COVID-19 matters. Also, legal counsel, public security discussing security of City Hall. Then we have conference with labor negotiators concerning all of the listed bargaining units. That's all. I would not expect any announcements afterwards. We do need to take public comment on any potential closed session items.
Okay. I'll now open public comments on the closed session agenda. I don't see anybody in the chamber. Clerk, is anybody on Zoom? Seeing nobody, I'll be closing public comment for a closed session agenda. The public portion of this meeting is now adjourned.